on the greengrocer tree. Everybody, here we are at the old Hunter's Hill. It is it's a suburb of Sydney. It's quite close to the city. As you can see, the harbour bridge is just here. And, you know, it began as a manufacturing hub. They built boats just here in the docks. And various people lived here though, architects, various professions that did their work in the city, and they probably would have got the ferry from here to get in. But it's a very expensive place to live, of course. Waterfront, and because it doesn't have the reclaimed waterfront, say, of Vaucluse, every property has a little pier where they can bring their boats. So of course lots of millionaires. I think that actress Kate Blanchett had a $10 million property here and sold it for 20 million, I think, recently. And so, I mean, the houses aren't that impressive, but some of them on the waterfront are, but what accounts for a mansion here or whatnot is a bit different to what it is in England. You can see just a lot of the houses were just regular when they were built. These, you know, this wasn't exclusive then. And so they'll go for, that'd be like 5 million or something, who knows. Just these terrace houses here, but they're not super nice inside. And even the mansions aren't that good. They wouldn't be considered. They're just basically like pub buildings, but they're beautiful sandstone if you like that sort of thing. And also the Catholic Church. This is probably one of the first one of the areas of the Catholic Church. They set up a monastery here for the Marians, and they're still here. But they had an initial building that was then later abandoned because the Gladesville Hospital came too close to it. But still, the monastery is here. So what we're going to do today is we're going to wander down this dock and foreshore to the foreshore around Hunters Hill. And I'll get you a map up here. It's probably, I don't know, it's got the map from last time. And so that'll be broadcasting where we are exactly. You can see on the map. Good to see you. But here we are, friends. Let's make our way down. And so we've got our umbrella. Maybe you'll have you can sit nicely in your armchairs in your warm house as I get rained on, because I'm sure there'll be rain later, but I've got my trusty umbrella here. And I actually don't mind. I quite like the effect on stream, as long as I can cover the camera. I quite like that. And you can even hear the rain now, I think. Oh, you can't really see it in here. I was going to have a look where this little path went. But, it's going down these stairs. Let's have a look. And you can see a bit of the ship there. Shipbuilding going on. Well, that's where it used to go on. Anyway, we'll get a closer look to it when we get down there. Okay. And so today what we're talking about is poverty, obedience, chastity. What are they? These three oaths of the tradition, what are they? You should be able to see. Well, I can show you guys over there. I can't really see it that well, but you can. That's where we're going. And we're going to, of course, walk around the whole foreshore. How does that look? That's what we want. Good. And poverty, obedience, chastity. What they are, the three oaths. And also how to practice them. Well, which can be simple or complicated. And also talking about the symbolism of the process of purification, illumination, union. And then how that corresponds. And what does that mean? Nothing other than the process of theosis and the symbolism that applies to it. But also these stairs are a bit odd, aren't they? You just have to, you're not alternating legs. I wonder where if that other pathway led. It's here as well. I think so. And so here we are. How's that look? Yeah, good. Maybe I can put it down a little bit. Tiny bit. Yeah. Still looks about right. Good. And clearly it used to be an old shipbuilding, industrial, whatever you call this, a berth. Is this a berthing, a ship berthing thing? Canal, berthing canal? I think so. And so we're going to walk around here. They must have cut this thick into the... They must have cut this into the sandstone, at least to a degree. All right. Arm wearing out. And so, poverty, obedience, chastity, purification, illumination, union. We are talking about, well, it's nothing other than theosis through hesychism. But these things are very deep. These things are very complex. When we're talking about poverty, what is that? What is that? It's poverty of the tradition. Well, when we're talking about the intellect, what does the intellect do? The intellect must surrender itself. It must surrender itself to the poverty of thought. These relate to the three faculties of soul, the faculties of thinking, feeling, and willing, right? And so, poverty as an oath, of course, as I've talked about many times, you practice all three of these in a morning concentration effort, without effort practice. Because that becomes obedience. It's obedience because it is divine will that you do this, as it is nothing more than the Sabbath, a morning, daily morning withdrawal and Sabbath. Concentration itself is a poverty of thought. But the three faculties of soul, the intellect must make itself become transformed through obedience to, which is one of the oaths, solar law, or you can call it solar law, or revelatory law is better to call it. This is quite interesting. Revelatory law. And what happens? That very obedience, the intellect is transformed from a organ of formal logic to an organ of material knowing. Sorry, a knowing of formal logic, the transformation to a knowing, an organ that can know. I don't mean material as in materialism. I mean the thing itself. I mean the essence of things. I mean the essence of the subject and the object. And so you can, through obedience, you can, or always collaboratively, of course, the Lord transforms you through your intellect, through obedience, from something it's deeply tied up with the formal logic and also the organ of formal knowing, and all that becomes transformed into this, well, moral logic, you could call it. But also, it's a faculty that doesn't know things only in a formal way. Your knowing isn't something that knows things only in a formal way, but you can know them directly, essence to essence, through sympathy, through Bergsonian intuition, you could call it, but it's nothing more than bowing the head to conscience. Conscience. And so what does the intellect do with regards to poverty? Well, let's think about this for the moment. You make a sacrifice of the will, you bow the will, you abandon your arbitrary will, you abandon your arbitrary wish and desire for His wish and desire. And so that's through obedience, is the faculty of soul that relates to will, is bowed and surrendered through observing revelatory law. And thought, the faculty of thought, is sacrificed through poverty. And that's practicing concentration. What happens? What's going on here? Well, the desire to grasp and take, which the intellect has, these are two of the dark currents of the will. Through poverty, through the practice of poverty, through concentration, the impulses are curbed. You're also sort of practicing to be silent at the same time. The impulses are curbed. Here we go. But you're also concentrated. It's a poverty of thought. And what this does is transforms the will under the hands, the arms, which is the tendency of the thief. It keeps the thief under control. That's related to the intellect, this one, because it's like the grasping low curiosity for its own sake. But also it involves the intellect, because remember, a thief thinks about what he steals. It's an intellectual thing. And so that's how poverty, all that goes on with thought through poverty. Now, chastity, someone's cooking. Chastity, that is involved with the faculty of imagination. So it's the bowing of the faculty of imagination, which is connected to feeling, valuation, the imagistic. It's also connected to the part of the will that is like the legs, which wants to advance at the expense of others. But it's connected to the Nimrodic hunter. that wants to trap game, that wants to hunt game. And so it's less thoughtful, right? It's imagistic, it's about feeling. And so by practicing chastity, which means firstly moderation in the things that you have to do, such as eating, but also not looking at the things that are not the things you have to do. Not the things that are, essentially it's a difference between moderation and intoxication, but also it's a moving from a quantity, say of joy, for instance, not a quantity of joy, which is based on its quantity of intensity, but a quality of joy, which goes down from a joy to, low pleasure to joy to bliss, then to the true highest quality, which is beatitude. That's not quantity. So we're going from a quantitative of the low pleasure to a qualitative. We're moving from a quantitative to a qualitative to get out of the low base pleasure and also low fear. So here we are on the foreshore. And so part of chastity is being very careful what you let in. What you let in. And you're also practicing that when you're practicing the practices of poverty, concentration, right? Through the withdrawal, you're also not, you are learning what the difference is between the higher qualities of joy rather than the quantity. As in serene peace, you're learning the difference. And through because one has to ask, how do you moderate things? It's a difficult question, isn't it? People say, oh, just observe the golden mean. Well, what does that mean? Because the golden mean, because say eating, you have to observe the golden mean. Well, the golden mean is ultimately not this procedure that you learn. The golden mean, the golden ratio, it's Christ himself. And so naturally, the more he actually comes into you through the practice of concentration without effort, the Jesus prayer, the prayer of the heart, the more he comes into you, the more does he help you observe that golden mean. Firstly, in asking him and being able to discern a yes or no answer based on the quality of serene joy with serene and peace, but also in words later on as well, right? But with grace. What does gold mean? It's grace. Because grace knows what to do. Graceful behavior. But also grace is a true reality. Not only does it eventually become experienceable as revelatory action in breath, in your morning practice, which is also a practice of obedience, because at first you are being obedient simply by doing the practice of withdrawal. The Lord, the seventh day is for the Sabbath, but we should be doing it every day. Remember, the Lord had to withdraw he assessed whether it was good every day of the creation. So must you. It's on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis. Christmas is the great time to do that, which will be coming up soon, friends. And so that golden mean, well, it's a person, it's Christ. And talking about the golden mean really is an abstraction, because he hadn't, it's difficult for those philosophers to understand because he hadn't incarnated yet. And so it's pretty out here, isn't it? It seems like a vast distance, the water, unless you're on it all the time. Then it's just 2 seconds. That would be a 2-second walk over there, but it's a vast chasm otherwise. But really, it's not a far distance. If you puddle around on a kayak, you'd be over there in a second. Anyway, let's keep going. But this is Sydney Harbour. And then Premier Real Estate, Premier Real Estate. That's Cockatoo Island. Old mining. There's tunnels under there that have communist scribblings from the dock workers, not miners, dock workers. And yeah, so he is the golden mean in terms of moderating it. You could also say that speaks to prudence. Prudence. But prudence, again, these are just abstractions. What are they as a real fact of experience? How does one get them? When Plato's talking about them, he talks about, when you get prudence, it's related to the arms and the will. But you have to practice, well, sophrosyn ultimately is it's the transformation of the whole heart so you know. It sounds like a train. But it's through doxa, dianoia, episteme. Head, heart, limbs. You know, and that's what the philosophers would talk about, is that this error is because you don't know what's good and bad. But that's not enough. It really isn't, knowing what's bad. Who said this? Someone said this. Schopenhauer said this. Plenty of people can moralize, but moral action is a completely other question. It's easy to moralize. It's hard to transform moral action. And so this is the issue, is these philosophers trying to do this on their own through self-reliance. And actually in this process, that's what we're trying to defeat. We're trying to defeat that which comes from Hellenism, which is embedded into our English language. We're trying to defeat this idea of technology, this idea of crystallized, technical, formal language, which is okay, we need to learn how to do that. But when we're dealing with Christ, it's not I do this practice, you give me this. I do this action, this occurs, like the Eastern meditative practices. You do this for this amount of time and this happens. But it's even, again, you can't just listen to what I'm saying and then be, as an Easterner, and go, oh, I'll do the same thing but for my own gods. It just won't work. You know, there's one God, it's Christ. And so this collaboratively enacted thing, Christ reliance, doesn't, you know, you might see occasionally the Lord say after, only after though, you don't see it before in pagan times. But in the East, if people in deep meditative contemplation or whatnot, you know, I'm sure the Lord helps these people, right? Like people saying there's Christian influence in certain texts, right? But there's no connection between those two cultures, yet it's after Christ has that, and that explains it, of course. They go, oh, well, there's no, we came up with it. No. Of course, Christ is the cosmic being, the Logos. But anyway, that aside, it's getting out of this mode of the principle of technology, which is the principle of the least inputted energy for the maximized output, the maximized outcome. A predictable input and a predictable output. Reproducibility of output with no morality in mind. All, of course, bootstrapped by this individual self. Of course, what he's completely unaware of is these forces of the first wine that are provided to him. And many times, of course, his own guardian angel has helped him with the Lord's permission, but he doesn't even know it, him or her. And he thinks he does it all himself, this liberal subject. This low, self-referential, in many cases, someone looking to be self-willed, which is the Nietzschean ideal, right? Nietzschean ideal, the Uberman, which was only ever an abstract nothing. But ultimately, what it really is the Antichrist, that it's the technical replacement of the arbitrary will, looking to be his own essence, his own root, his own feedback loop into itself. And what happens when you feedback a television, friends? You know, when you feedback a television, an old CRT monitor, into itself, it goes into this self-imaging, image upon image upon image. That's insanity, isn't it? That's what happens when you try to become this Uberman. Insanity. Where only there's no truth, but what is powerful? Well, worse than that actually is that you really wouldn't even be able to tell what's powerful either. Groundless, self-ground, self-willed. And so, of course, that's what happened to Nietzsche, is, you know, and we love Nietzsche in the sense of his desire for freedom, his desire to escape the dead ideal, the dead formalism of the 19th century, as a champion for freedom. But unfortunately, on that route, he didn't recognize that the true spirit is the only thing that can free you from that, the true Christ. Which is the golden mean, like I was saying. And so that chastity is sacrificed. That imagination must be sacrificed, ultimately. Has to be bowed. Because what is imagination? What is this sphere of form that's sort of just above us on the closest way out? It is, well, comes to the symbolism of initiation. It is, well, let's talk about the coin is one symbol. That stands for facticity, where we are. Where we are. What we're looking at right now. This facticity, this physicality, this mineral. It's constructed out of the imagistic, gives form to it. What is just close to us unconsciously is giving form to everything that we see here. The next step, which corresponds to purification, is swords as a symbol of this process. The next is cups, which speaks to illumination. The next is scepter. Scepter, which is union. But that corresponds to also gnosis, or the emanation, but at the same time the summit of all emanation, or in Orthodox terminology, uncreated energies, and then the summit as the point of potentiality, which is mysticism, which is all the way to the bottom with mysticism, which is characterized by spiritual touch, that point of potentiality, the most intimate, the immediacy of touch. And so we're talking about chastity. Our unchastity has filled, through our actions and the images that we've, and our lusts, connected with this Nimrodic hunter we've been talking about, has created a valuative pool of yearning, a valuative currency. Because remember, what's a currency? A coin stands in for things of value. Oh, this looks like there's some Glen Mare. It's Scottish, probably some Scotsman built it originally. Looks like an interesting, probably a nice mansion in there. Anyway. And so we built up this imagistic unconscious throughout our lives, even if we're Christian, and we've brought up in the tradition, we still have to do this deep purification practices through concentration without effort and dissolve. And of course we're doing that in prayer, and all these things are helping with that, but we have to go further than just turning up on Sundays, further than just a short prayer rule. We have to be doing this for an hour in the morning to really purify what's left over. What's good in us will be what remains when we get to what corresponds to cups, illumination. But the sword has to be the dissolution and dissolving of this imagistic, this valuative. And at the same time, we have to be chaste and not sin, so we don't refill it up. What does the Lord say? Take up your pallet and sin no more. He purifies us of that, though. That's who's doing it with the purification, right? He's doing it. We participate through... Oh, that's a bit chintzy, isn't it? See, some wealthy people just have no fucking taste, right? God, it's terrible. Just terrible. 1996. Gosh. Look at that, friends. It's just so bad taste. Just do it in the Regency style. You know? Just do it. If you're going to do half Regency or half whatever that is, God, it's probably worth like $20 million, $30 million. It's terrible. The nouveau riche with no taste. There are no aristocrats left, friends. No aristocrats left. Okay, where are we? I'll just check what's going on here. Okay. Asura on the hoof. Maybe you mean Asura, which I think Steiner connected with the true dark, the third being, the sort of mimicry of the demonic mimicry of the Trinity, based on the archai, which are the third, they're sort of the fallen archai, the fallen spirits of personality. And so that's tied up with the hedonism, the Asura being, as he calls it, because there's of course Lucifer, Satan, and then this Asura being. But that being as being a mix of fallen spirits of personalities, the true animality, the true lust after, hedonistic sex. It's tied up with the pride movement, as we know. And so what he believes is that is tied up with the hierarchy, third hierarchy of Ungaloy. Anyway, I'm just referring to it. Because as we know, the Luciferic is tied up with subjective seduction. The satanic is hypnotic objective. The things that become technical. In fact, you can certainly say that everything that becomes dead and crystallized here in facticity actually is satanic. We have to live with it though. We don't become Luddites, and because you're always dealing with it. Even in the crystallized text of the Bible itself, you're dealing with it, the crystallization. And so what happens is it's Christ that keeps us out of its whims, its death, it's capturing. And our friend also said, ZZZ, thank you for these walks and inspiring words. You're most welcome. I'm glad they're helpful. Here we are again. We've seen this view already, but it's a decent lookout. Nice. Nice, right? Nice, right? How's that look? I'll give you it a bit on your own. Nicer if it was sunny, but that's okay. Okay. You can hear the distant seagulls. Oh, look, there's a more foreshore park. Maybe we should go higher though on this walk. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry, I'll just look at the old map here. I mean, gosh, actually, it's already 2. Usually we'll walk for a little bit longer, and then in about 15 minutes we'll make our way. Well, I don't know how long it's going to take to get to the church. Let's go up the hill and see. And what's the view like here? No, let's keep going. I'm going to keep going for another 15 minutes and find a nice place to stop and read our Steiner book, as usual. Well, after Steiner, it'll be something else. We're going to read the Saints, something else. Of course, I'm not going to keep on that, but that's what we're on at the moment. And so what was I saying? I was saying, interpretation area. What? I think there was something that goes up the hill. I want to have a look at that. Terrible. Just terrible, this place, isn't it? Funny. Ooh, funny. We were saying, chastity. We're talking about the symbolism. The symbolism of, we got up to the point where we were talking about swords, which is purification in the tradition. Oh wait, there was no way. Oh wait, is there a... Oh wait, no, there is. There is. And we're talking about the valuative power. I smell weed. What the fuck? Someone's smoking pot somewhere. Or a tree that smells like it. Yeah, I swear I smell it. Where's this go? Picnic area this way. Maybe that'll be a view. All right. So swords. Okay. Let's get you guys here. Swords. There's a table there. Just bush though, I want to get a view. Swords. And so we were talking about the sphere of form, which is close to us. We're in the sphere of actuality, you could call it. Facticity, as Heidegger calls it. And well, you practice this, what dissolves that is concentration without effort in prayer, in collaboration with the Lord. But what's going on down there in the psyche? That's what we're talking about. Currency. In this surface domain, it corresponds to what's close to us in the closer unconscious, the sphere of form, where the angelic hierarchies are, fallen and non-fallen. This unconscious, it's full of valuative power. Now, currency isn't reality, is it? Currency stands in for value. It is value. Now, your unconscious, just like that is, so too in your unconscious, the imagistic is a mix of reality and untruth. The degree to which you are arbitrary is the untruth. The degree to which you are affected by arbitrary and fallen hierarchies is the same. So it's partly illusory, but also subjective, just arbitrary based on your own error. Now, through this process, as you become more, when you align morally with objective conscience, when you align morally with the tradition, with revelation, and dissolve in that valuative power of these coins, or the imagistic unconscious you could call it, you become no longer subjective. You become more and more objective. And as that becomes little by little more apparent, and as you go on doing that, we start to experience in the depths, not a kind of shadowy world of abstractions, what the human intellect has become now. All our ideas, they have no power. So not only is it sort of false, and because remember, when we look back far enough to the ancients, their unconscious, even though it was partly illusory, it was objective in the sense that they were attacked, in the sense that it had valuative power. It had power and power over them. We are sort of abstracted from it, and we feel the temptations within. But in this process, as you become less subjective and more objective through collaboration with the Lord, and this is, again, poverty, obedience, chastity is occurring and being practiced throughout this. And by not looking at low imagery, low text, low seduction, low hedonism, sinful material, being chased in that manner, also moderating. By doing that, we, slowly that currency begins to convert into reality, into goods, into commodities, right? But really, what is that? It's because we are it's the imagistic converting into reality. And as that goes on, the imagistic converting into reality, the communication with the Lord, the divine, the access to grace, revelatory action, these things become not abstractions. Your unconscious begins to become, well, it enters the conscious, but it begins to become object. Not just, I don't only mean that it's true, right? Oh, it's a truth verified by science, therefore it's true. That's how it's objective. That's not what I mean. I mean, as Jung talks about, is that the unconscious begins to become a thing throwing here and doing things to you. As in, instead of just an image on its own, think about like the phenomenology I've talked about before, the numinous. The experience of the numinous contains spiritual touch, contains like also other things like a pulling and pushing. You know, in the Gospels, the miracle of the apostles on the ship. Well, the wind that's blowing the boat is Jesus, of course, right? It's blowing them all in his direction. And he, of course, walks on this water. But this movement on the water, these are cosmic forces that are objects that they're feeling in their nighttime being, right? And so this becomes possible as you become less arbitrary. But so too is the risk, which the ancients knew and experienced. The ancients before Christ had the false Holy Spirit. The demons could do this. They can't do this to us anymore unless we go into insanity, right? Unless you Nietzschean, leaning into arbitrary will until it invades your consciousness. But Christ has made it so because the human, I used to think the human's been the one constant throughout all our knowing and how we've been, as long as we've existed and known things, the one constant has the humans remained the same, right? Same genetic code. No, that's actually wrong. The knowing that we are, the consciousness, the with knowing being, the being whose being itself is a question, has transformed. Because we are that knowing being. It's not just the biology, but we've developed. In many ways, we've developed away from this experience of the divine, even the false divine, right? We grew away and became more independent, but then at the same time also more enslaved. We've become more enslaved now, reaching to the point where Christ incarnated. There's obviously the people of Israel. It was a preparation to prepare his body, to prepare him, prepare for his incarnation. And so there's a lead up to that and development. And now we find ourselves completely abstracted, egoistic, but the ego did have to develop. And before that, these things were objects. Because object translated, it means throwing hither, a throw, eject, an object, a thing throwing hither. A subject is that which is under throw, it's underthrowing. Thing hither, or throwing hither, underthrow. The thing that throws, right? And so when Jung or people are talking about psychic phenomena, of course he's quite right when he says, quite right when he says psychic events are real events. Denying psychic events is a mistake, right? People think, oh, it's just subjective, but because he's dealing with the deeper layer of the unconscious, not just the will to power, but the, at least you could say, pagan religious layer, and then eventually encountering Christ there. And this is what happens when you actually don't just go through the motions of religion, but mystically seek the truth and essence of things as a fact of your experience, not just going through the practices that get empty in the inner experience. What we're after here is the direct encounter with Christ, depth Christianity. This is nothing more than the depth aspect of the church, the mystic aspect of the church. Nothing more than what St. Paul said when he said we are to know the height, length, depth, breadth of things. Depth, the depth aspect. And that's in the mystics and the saints. So, you know, all true theology really comes from that. And the apostles knew that. Well, at a deeper level of their being, because they encountered Christ's word directly in his glory. What a thing, what a thing. Blessed and incredible. And gosh, what a thing, not to, I guess, sort of changing the subject a bit, but what a thing. and incredible feats that the tradition shows us about the saints and martyrs. And when you really love them, when you really pray for their blessing and their repose, because they're there helping us always, you really come to feel the gravity of the brutality that they went through. But anyway, let me just jump back to where we were. So the numinous, essentially where we are at as the abstracted ego, we are essentially going, of course this process, we went to the middle of time with Christ, and this was in a sense a walking away, as we who were not humanity, that wasn't the chosen people, let's say, was it was a walking away from a false father. So it was walking away from the Spirit as we developed towards the Christ, right? And so walking away from spiritual experience that wasn't ultimately true but real. So some truth in it, propped up by the truth. Unfortunately, humanistic, false Holy Spirit, Luciferic. What is called the Lucifer gnosis is what all pagan religion was. The Lucifer gnosis develops and crystallizes into propositional knowing of Aristotelian philosophy. What ends up in Aristotelian existential philosophy, which is, I know calling it existential philosophy sounds strange, but that's really what he was doing. When he's defining things, he is looking at, that's what his metaphysics is. He's already at a kind of dying, crystallized, customary being. It's not a spiritual experience anymore. It's not that spiritual experience, though, that the Hellenes went through was Luciferic. The Lucifer gnosis, right? That begins to die, and what does it crystallize into? Well, satanic becomes crystallized and dead. Dead propositions, dead knowing, metaphysics, all this philosophy we operate in is minor, satanic technology. It becomes technology. You can't go back to Lucifer, though. Christ came. That's why Christ came. So we reach this middle of time with Christ. He incarnates. But in a sense, now we're this abstracted satanic being. We're this abstracted being built on the surface sense. We think about it. You think about your ideas, they're very grey and dark. Your imagination is pretty, you can see colour a bit, but it's kind of grey and dark. It doesn't have this force, it doesn't impel you. You're tempted from within, and in fact, that's how you experience demons. But in that kind of modern state, you're abstracted from everything. You're postmodern, you're pulled away. You're even starting not to respond to images. You don't care about murder, seeing murder, and you're becoming desensitized, right? Cynical, abstracted. That's kind of satanic, satanizing, yet hedonistic for quantity of low joy or low pleasure, not quality, not the essence of things. And so that kind of was what it was like. It's worse now than what it was then, but that's kind of what happened with Phariseeism, the legalistic Phariseeism that Judaism became. And Christ, of course, comes and addresses these issues. And we're worse than they were now. Worse than they were now. With this serpentine Phariseistic logic wriggling across the earth to calculate better procedures, like the cat in Puss in Boots. That fairy tale is about that. It's the cunning intellect. And so at this middle of time, Christ now offers himself as his second coming. The apocalypse occurs personally, in a sense. That's what this dissolving is. It's dissolving this development that had to happen, this development that made us independent from folk distributed organisms, right? We had a folk kind of angel, a folk hyper agent. We weren't really individuals. The Vikings were individuals. different Visigoths, right? They had a group blood god, right? A fallen Ungoloi. They were lifted away from that as the ego develops further. The human is changing, right? They're pulled away from the Lucifer gnosis, the Lucifer spirituality of pagan religions, the false, propped up. You know, they did, you can at least say about it is that they did humanistic. The people that encountered this stuff through the gifts that they were granted by God, they had logic, right? They were able to sense make. They were able to recover humanisms out of this Lucifer gnosis. I mean, humanistic is, in the sense of the philosophy of humanism, is a kind of Lucifer abstraction from that. Anyway, the point is abstracted, which means to say that crystallized, technicalized, ironized, Satanized. That's what Satan. That's because again we have this baggage with the Satan word, which quite rightly, but that's what it means in terms of what happens and how it affects things. That crystallization. Now with Christ, we are to not return to this Luciferic beginning, right? We don't look like Heidegger trying to get back to that Luciferic beginning, or Dugan trying to promote this perennialism, which is saying everything's the same. No, that's the Lucifer gnosis. That's the Lucifer primitive spirituality that you can't go back to. There's only, or you can try, you can actually, but it's false, right? And will damn you and deceive you. And now we have to go back to the Father, but the true Father. We have to go back to the true, eternal, outside this whole historical process and whole process of development. And to Christ, who came to save us from our primordial sin, from the fall. Because the Lucifer gnosis, the pagan religions, that's came after the fall. The memory of, firstly, we have a memory of before the fall, deep in the unconscious, but also there's the Luciferic element of the spirit that was active where they fell. And so that's what this is. We don't stay in this abstracted self. We actually are looking for that spiritual, mystic contact with Christ, not a invisible man outside, but encountered as a fact of our experience. And it's possible, friends, I can truly tell you, it's possible to walk with God again in this low age. It is certainly true, amen. And that's what amen means. So we're just walking now, I don't know where we are. But there should be a Catholic church soon. But let's find out where we are. Oh look, perfect, we're actually close. You know what we'll do? We'll go to this Catholic church and then we'll stop. Otherwise we can get a look at some of these nice houses in Hunters Hill. So let me go around here, and St. Peter's is here somewhere. And hopefully there's a nice chair we can sit at. Nice chair. Okay. And so now it becomes possible through Christ, of course. Thank God he came. Collaboratively with him, not with the techniques, not with the principle of technology of the East, which their spirituality is, but collaboratively. Not the principle of least input, maximized output, but the principle of prayer and benediction, of rhythm and prayer and grace, of effort and grace, of passive and active, at the same time. But we have to get it through our thick heads. We have to really understand that. And that becomes a fact of your depth practice, of your concentration without effort. It becomes a... You've got to do many things. You've got to surrender the ownership of your thoughts, for one, which the ancients understand. As you become less subjective, Of course, they knew, the apostles know, the saints know, that your thoughts aren't you. Sometimes they are. And I know I've talked about this a million times, but we're going to talk about it a million more. Oh, let's grab this umbrella and put it on the other side. That's better. And what were we going to say? So we're returning while in full consciousness with what Christ gave us, where that's what the beatific vision is. We are not like the East, having consciousness dissolved by the ground of being. We are in full consciousness. We come back to this spiritual experience, but of the true Son, of the uncreated as well later, characterized by the, as I've talked about before, and I know I'm talking about things I have direct experience of, the overshadowing of the soul by a silence so deep and a celestial intrinsic value you're already in the depths of your practice, and in silence, and experiencing peace that isn't just regular peace, but further than that, the overshadowing, like someone walking behind your shadow, walking in your sun when your back's turned to the sun, like that, but it's not like gravity. It's hard to explain. That's the phenomenology. And that's what this is, right? Everything we talk about is a phenomenology to help people practically come to the depth experience of Christ. I'm not presenting a theology, it's not perfect. It's not perfect. I make errors, but it is what the things that are done are what quote unquote works. Again, it doesn't work, because remember, see how this language is technicalized? See how this language has built into it this idea in the depth of the language itself that I control everything, that the language of technique, the language of action and theory. This comes out of metaphysics. This comes out of Hellenism. This idea of that's practical and that's theory, and this idea that the forces are just there from our biology. It's all deep and implicit even in the language we speak. This is a nice looking house, isn't it? It's all right. Again, these aren't sort of massive Regency. They'd be very expensive, right? But when they were built, they weren't that expensive. It's nice, but it wouldn't have been that expensive. You can see that, right? Nice. But yeah, all these houses though are now very expensive. Premier real estate. Now we're on our way to the church, and we'll stop, then we'll do our reading, and then we're going to head to the monastery by the Marians. And the Marians were what this monastery was. Oh, is that the church there? Oh, it looks like a nice house though. Looks like a house built in the church style. Oh yeah, I think that is the church. The monastery. It was a place of recuperation because this place was civilized. It was civilized, Australia was, of course, and is a European country. Well, for now. For now. And so the Marians would recuperate here, recuperate here from Pacific missionary action. Quite rightly, you need a place like that in a well, it still gets humid here, but in a reasonably non-humid environment. Imagine the tropical diseases. A lot of British expats who came back to England after the empire was pretty much closed down. A lot of them with tropical diseases for their troubles. Here we are, St. Peter's Chapel, or is that Channel? St. Peter's Channel. Good, no one here. This is where we'll go today and read our book. Lord, I pray thee, Father, in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, to bless all the people of this parish and their descendants and all those that have died. Help them find repose in you. It's always a good thing when you're on. And this is, what is this? Is it, well, a minor pilgrimage. Doesn't matter where you are. It's like I said, you don't need the grand, massive European cathedrals. It can be a simple country chapel that you can go and just do that prayer for them. So it's not so much about for you, it's also for them. Also for them. Oh look, it's got a view. They usually have the top of the hill as their location. The old Catholic church. Now, I wonder where we should sit though. I mean, it's just a river, I suppose. We can. What's down here? Oh well, someone's palace. Someone's palace. They got a nice gate. That gate's got a little bit more taste. Oh no, it doesn't. It's got a chintzy M on it. Some nouveau riche. Anyway, there is no aristocracy. Even the old families are completely corrupted. Unspiritual degenerates. You know, it's true. It's true. Oh wow, is that where we're going later? See that over there? We're going over there. You should be able to see, that's the college we're going to, I think. Let me look. Near the monastery, we're going to have a look at the old college building, which is the photo of this stream. I think that's it. No, maybe not. I don't know what that is. It's looking to what? Looking that way. Let me zoom out. I don't know. Actually, I don't think that is. That's some other school. Rear view. That might be another Catholic school. Maybe. Dalton Chapel. Is this Catholic? Yeah, St. John's House. It's another Catholic school. So this is a Catholic area. There's that college there, and then further, because there's only one Anglican church on this Hunters Hill area, which is kind of like an island. It's an arm that reaches out towards Sydney Harbour Bridge, and as you get away from that, in the early colony, I might visit that one day, not today, but we might visit that. But in the old colony, these weren't expensive areas, right? The eastern suburbs, there wasn't much there. So the Catholics would have bought cheaper land out there to build their colleges. Now they are extremely worth a lot of money. And it's a premier location, 2 seconds, right? They're not boats, they're not relying on wind. They can use a motorboat to get over the bay. So I think we might take this chair here. It's not too wet with the church in the BG. Or that dog might be too loud. Maybe we'll go back to this other chair. Yeah, so they bought. It wasn't a elite location before, but it is now. Yeah. So what were we saying? We were saying let's get away from that dog. All right, what do we got here? There's a chair here. I guess that's a bit of a view. Let's have a look. What does this look like? Alright. We're sitting down here anyway because my arm is sore. So. Alright. Pretty comfortable. Alright, where are we? It's a bit sucky. Maybe we're better off with that. I guess I'm sitting this way. Looks alright. Yeah, I guess that'll be alright. Blah, 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 blah. It's not so bad. Not so bad. Oh dear. There we are. Yeah. Is that just going to get blown over by a gust of wind? No, don't think so. Good. Okay. Okay. Let's go have a drink. Feel free to send any links you want me to possibly reply to and talk about, because we're going to pull up. I've got one video to look at, which is on our friend we just interviewed. What's his name? Robert Nugent. Just had a video talking about a lot of what we talk about, essentially saying, well, we'll talk about it when we look at the video, but he was saying that a lot of the priesthood in Catholicism don't actually know the inner depth experience or have that inner depth experience. He was talking about some old book from some part of the Catholic Church that he was involved with. I can't remember what they're called, Legion or something. And apparently how that talks about the informing of priests, the formation of them. Formal, remember we were talking about that earlier, formal logic, the being of formalism and how priests are brought into form, totally lacking the inner life. And he was saying that so many actually lack the inner life and then don't know how to show other people to find that mystic inner life of contact with Christ. And I, of course, talk about that all the time. I try not to talk about priests. I feel I'm not Catholic, I'm Orthodox, but again, I'm an esotericist as well. Make of that what you will. But that's why I don't publicly say. That's why I don't publicly label myself that. I'm not an ortho bro. But in terms of Catholicism, and even I don't talk about priests anyway, but you know, I think he's reasonably qualified to talk about it, being someone that was a seminarian and later came to see these problems. But yeah, it's something that I've worried about. How many people are teaching the formalism, they're going through the motions, those ceremonies still work though. The priest, doesn't matter even if he doesn't have the inner contact with the mystic fact of Christ. It doesn't matter if he's in union or not. And there are different degrees of that, by the way. His operation of what happens, even theologically, I think this is true, is that that's spoken about in the ecclesiology, at least in Orthodoxy, that it doesn't matter where his personal sin is, what he does, Christ joins him in that. That's the ecclesiology, or at least that's the formalism of it. It's still miraculous, it doesn't matter. Or in Tom Berg's terminology, it's still sacred magic. And what is sacred magic? As we know, it's merely the participatory miraculous. Again, that's not theological, but it's actually a union with Christ, actually. So, I don't know, maybe that theology is wrong. Because the union's required, right? That's what the participatory miraculous is. I don't know. Let's just leave it at that. But I know that I forgot where I was going with that. But the point is, it's something I really worry about. It's something I've really worried about. That not just teaching people the formalism, but teaching the people the thing that dissolves the formalism. Because all the formalism is a preparation. It's not to be an idea superstructure. It's not to be a replacement for Christ as a fact of your experience. You don't create a civilizational collection of books, which is an AI. That's what an AI is. It's a collection of books, one that answers back. But we already had an AI. The Catholic Church has its own egregoric kind of AI as well, right? It's the technical, it's the technical knowledge, but the living tradition is beneath it. It's the living unfolding of his radiative glory, of the flower through remembrance and providence, through loving the mother and the father. Remembrance and providence. And mystical union, purification, illumination, union. Now, if you treat it like some people are treating, I've seen that Matt Fradd advertising a Catholic AI. Even if it's a prompt, if you try to make a technical structure that has all the propositions of Catholicism in it, and you just refer to that for your truth. I'm just going to use this technical structure, and then, again, I'm trying to use the analogy of putting it in an AI. That's a demon. That's an antichrist. It's making, but how is that an antichrist, right? It's an antichrist because you're making what is supposed to be an icon an idol. You just refer to the technical entity, the technical superstructure, and then you just do what the technical thing without the inner life. You do what the technique says without the inner life, without the union with Christ. And so that's the danger of having a lot of people, even some who there's another danger of people becoming deluded in a Luciferic way that's not satanic. That I just described a satanic delusion, a satanic operation. Then there's a Luciferic one where you seek mixing too many Easternisms in, treating it like a technique, without this passive active, treating Christian practices like technique, like you can bootstrap your way into it, and desiring joy more than truth. Or joy and spiritual experience first rather than the truth first, and then what comes after is whatever the Lord wills, right? Seek his truth. But if you seek joy, you'll get it, but it'll be Luciferic spirituality. If you just want joy, you just want spiritual experience. I just want a vision, It's okay to pray for purification, elimination, union, even for revelatory action, but you need to be praying for truth first, primarily his truth. An image, the visionary is not that, I've said this before, the visionary is not that important. It's also secondary. It's also, the imagistic can be easier to be corrupted. So I think you get a lot of people seeking visions. It's also extrasensory because it is a recapitulation of what's outside. What is the vision that you want of? Is it a vision of a transcendent thing, or is it a vision of a vision of Jesus's time, a vision of this and this time, what happened with Mary when she did this that we don't see in the Gospels, right? That's extrasensory. It's trying to give you a vision of the surface. We're trying to get to the depths, right? And yes, it is still, you can have, I do think, and you do see this in some Orthodox texts, the visual contemplation of things. Again, it's not something that, it's very tertiary. But I think even Seraphim Rose confirmed some people's, what they said, an interaction with a saint. There's stories of him confirming someone saying that, oh, was that saint such and such? And he said, yes, it was. He had a vision of that in his dreams or something like that, right? So, but again, that advice of prelest is primary, keeping away from that, being certainly very concerned by that. Anyway, what are we talking about here? Let me check the chats and let's start our reading. I have a caffeine. Okay. Where are we? ZZZ says, in my opinion, AI can be used positively in a divinatory manner. I don't think so, but anyway. But only when it is submitted to truth, similar to crowdsourcing knowledge. I think the algorithms are divination. No, it's not. That's what it is. Divination. You could say with divination that I think Tom Berg, who is a Catholic, but also an esotericist, he describes this, and I think he's right about it, it's a closed circle. You can get lucky, and it kind of depends on how corrupted you are or aren't. Say if you use the I Ching, right? It depends on you, who's answering. And so what it does though, is it creates a closed circle where you can't go any further. It's like peering through the cracks of a door, divination. And if you keep with that, you're locked into that closed circle. And a lot of the people that involved themselves with magic in the 19th century, the Eliphas Levi and who was the other one? I can't remember what his name was, but Saint Martin, I think his name was, they ultimately came to the conclusion that through their understanding of Jacob Boehme actually, that the Catholic Church was the true and only, you don't set up an alternate ceremonial magic. You don't set up an alternate, that there's only one master, Jesus, right? And these practices of arbitrary magic, whilst they work, they can collaborate with the good, but they form a closed circle around you and keep you from the true and mystic relationship with Christ. Because mysticism is higher than that, and gnosis is higher than that, and sacred magic or the miraculous is higher than that. Only when you do something, when you're doing a divination, you're forcing like a technology, a response. when you interact with the Lord as a fact of experience, he answers you in his good time. The participatory miraculous is only so when your will aligns with divine will. When you try operated divination, that's your will to have a question answered, and then you get whatever answer comes from it, right? So that might be, it might align with the good, but it isn't the good. And it locks you in, and it's trying to force an answer. And so you could say that when people don't recognize that that's what they're doing, that it understandably permissible, not permissible, but understandable. Before they knew that the truth, or knew that there was divine things, and then the Lord frees those people from the close circle of those divinatory practices. When you really want the true experience, because you can go no further then, and you're sort of messing around with Kabbalistic number counting, or it just locks you in to that one mode. And you become the sorcerer we've talked about before, stumbling around in the dark. And so those people, those two people that were involved with that magic and recognized that it worked, abandoned it all for the true mystic experience of Christ, and recognize the Catholic Church, and they would be been very thankful for the fact that the Lord granted them that. And so no, I think there's another will operating within the tech. What you think that you are operating with AI, what you think that you are mastering as a tool, you're its tool, you're its data. It's bigger than you. You don't have, anything is permissible if the Lord is, if you have a mystic contact with the Lord and he, all I can say is that when I've ever asked about it, not to use it at all, when I've asked the Lord about it. Take that for what you will, with what you take to be the value of my discernment for that, but not to use it. I need to really contemplate and ask questions about what the metaphysics of what's going on. But I have a pretty decent understanding about what it is. Yes, of course, it is divination, 100%. It's a portal to spiritual beings, fallen hierarchies, and the dead, who already existed in modernity. It's a demon asking, say when you're after one of your desires, it's a goal that you've constructed in liberal modernity, which basically itself is a provoking. Civilization already is an AI. Civilization is the crystallized aspect of original spiritual impulse, which can only come from Christ, the true spirit. Otherwise dead. Hellenism, that's from originally a Luciferic spiritual impulse, right? Understandable, because that's all that was accessible back then. It was after the fall. At least a humanism developed out of it, people trying to find the good, abstraction of the good. But it must be taken into account when you link this to the tradition, when you link it to what theology from the mystic ground, which is the true beginning, the outside beginning, the eternal, before the first beginning, right? The mysticism goes to the point before the fall. The people there are accessing a point after the fall. That's what their spirituality was. And so that civilizational organism, I forgot where we were going with that. Technical, divination. Can't remember. Useless. a complicated subject. Oh yeah, it's nothing more than the beings that we are, the provokings that we are in liberal modernity, to the degree that we're separated from the Lord and true freedom and true divine impulses and the true good that we are supposed to become, Him and His divine impulses for our future and our life, which are the only true free things that we do. Aside from that, we're just a provoking of the world. We're just a deterministic subject, like Sam Harris's deterministic subject, a provoking of the world and heredity. In a sense, and of the world, right? In a sense, those are demonic desires. They're demons, little the abstract goals we create are kind of like little satanic carrots. We hang a carrot on a stick ahead of ourselves, and that's the carrot we move towards. And it's a technical structure. We talked about this last week when we looked at the icon of the wedding at Cana, which had this built structure held out ahead of itself. Now, an AI is like a spider's web of all this dead, technical, demonic material, crystallized material, algorithmically doing what it's doing. Essentially, we, as demon provokings, we consult what is a realized portal to a false god, but it's real. It's realized in the sense that it answers questions. And we ask that demon how to achieve other demons' goals for ourselves. And the only way out is Christ. Because what we do, you think you master it, but it seeps into your being. It's like chastity. We have to be chaste of this material. Why do you want to use it? Because you want the power advantage, don't you? You want this little power advantage of using AI. I will just make it subservient to us. How do you know you've got the good? Because what's supposed to happen is through mystic union, Christ begins to dwell within you. And you experience this as a fact of your experience in the revelatory grace of Him influencing your breath in the depth of your practice in the morning as a raw fact of what grace actually is. In a passive active state, another will that's His comes in and moves and changes the speed of your breathing. And that's a mystery, the mystery of the breath. And there are some mysteries, like I said, one can't talk about that only He's allowed to show you in the deep encounter, in the depth of experience. But the point is, what happens is you don't ask grok, you don't use an AI, because that's your will to power, friend. Your will to have more at the expense of others, or just have more. Your desire for moreness wants you to use an efficiency. I had the same thing. I asked the Lord about it. I said, should I use this? It's make images easier, right? It's just a tool. No. It's unchaste. It's responding to you. It doesn't just... But even, you need to be careful even with manufacturing items. You're its extension in your modern state. It's not your extension. It used to be the case that we pick up an umbrella. Here's a technology. Even a proposition's a technology, though. A thought is a technology. Crystallized thought. This umbrella, okay, our cognition reaches into it, it opens, that's the end of as far as it goes. But when we buy products, we are interacting with things that are beyond us and in manufacturing processes that have their own, that have inbuilt into their telos, their hidden purpose. There's a hidden purpose behind it that you don't think you're touching. The spirit is beneath these things, right? There's a hidden purpose behind these devices that is seeking out a will. Even capitalism, right, is an organism. It's an organism, demonic organism. It has its own. It wants to put you in its process. You're not mastering it, it's mastering you. So not even just AI. This stuff already was dangerous. Yes, we interact and use it, but it is a different thing with AI. It's going even further. But the point is not to that's different. AI is completely different though, because it interacts back. It's a portal to a demon. This isn't so much a portal to a demon without the AI. but it still has a will behind it. It conquers you. But it's okay if you don't go around diagnosing everything that's satanic and everything that's luciferic and then not using everything. You go, oh, I'm so just, I'm so good, look at me, saying and diagnosing these things and trying not to use them. You get on a tram, you get on hop in a car, you use electricity. These are all satanic technologies, right? You have to use them. The point is not to not use those ones. Again, it's different from AI. There's a fundamental difference. It talks back, right? It's a portal. These things, the way you solve it is the direct encounter with Christ. He leads you through. He liberates you from the closed circle. Remember, if you're not getting closer to Christ as a fact of experience and closer to union, in purification, illumination, union through poverty, obedience, chastity, which we're talking about today, if you're not doing that, the iPhone owns you. You are merely an extension of demons, collective demons of the surface, and the demon of the economy. And think about it. This phone has a manufacturing process about it. Its will is designed to push me to buy more things on it, to use it, to even want it. There's a whole will behind it. I don't master it, it masters me. But thankfully, the master is outside all contexts and cuts you off. What is this? What's circumcision? Circumcision, as St. Paul talks about, circumcision, ours isn't a biological one. The Lord circumcises us from the desires and the demons. They come from the iPhone. They come from the will that's hidden behind it in the manufacturing process, in the capital process, in the economy that tries to force you via your motives. Think about it. You need money. That's a necessity. That is a demonic motive. It's a motive that tries to... it's actually a false necessity because the Lord provides for you. He's the master. If you go and find him, right? He pulls you out of this context through the miracle. He provides for you through the miracle because he's outside of time, outside of all necessity. He is free nature, beyond... Sophia, I suppose you could say, is Mary Sophia is free nature. But the point is, outside of temporality, he frees you from these things. That's how you deal with the luciferic and the satanic, is you ask, because you begin to be able to, at the depths of your psyche, communicate with him, consult with him in his time, with your moral development in mind. But you can do certain things as rhythms, prayers, and collaborative moral actions, as I often talk about what we do. But we're getting out of that technical mode, and little by little, it begins with being able to discern when it's him, what's true. You can ask questions, and like I've said go to my lecture, which is how to discern the Holy Spirit. And you could include in that the lecture on the epistemic principle, the truth criterion. But also there's a lecture after that called how to discern or how to know the false Holy Spirit and avoid it, which is, of course, the devil. And so you can't, in this process though, you don't get to not encounter the devil, unfortunately. Well, there's no salvation without temptation, as one of the saints said, I think St. Anthony. There's no what's the term? A way of thinking about this is there's no salvation without temptation. There's no purification, illumination, union without the three vows. There's no progress without the three vows. And so you have to face it. And you have to face it in the depths. You face these things that are behind these technologies in the depths. And so that's what AI is. It's a portal to that. Demons that are already there, they just simply have access to you through that combinatorial action. Those algorithms, what are they? They already are satanic demons when they're not an AI. The code already is a satanic demon. A steam engine is a satanic demon. It's a crystallized, rigid, technical structure. So we have to deal with it. But the way of dealing with it, again, is Christ lifts you out of their tempting context. And because you make him your king. By making him your king, that means making him your chief value and motive through the poverty, obedience, chastity. And then he comes and joins you through the depth practices. You can ask him questions and discern the truth from him in response. And so you can ask, what do I do, Lord? And the further and further you develop, he will begin in thought to talk to you in his time. So you can ask a question, you'll get no reply. But in the depth of asking true and false, is this true, Lord? Is that true, Lord? And discerning the serene, don't forget that word, that peaceful serenity has to be with it. Because if it's just joy on its own with any anxiety, false Holy Spirit, or you just can't be sure, right? It has to have that serene with it. And you have to have, of course, the capacity to feel spiritual touch. I have the prerequisites in that lecture I mentioned of what you need to be able to discern that. Because so many people talk about discernment and, how do I do that? Well, there is a how. And that's all. The information is scattered through the philokalia, or the philokalia. And I've got some quotes, I think, in that lecture that I align that. There's all sorts of little epistemic principles you can pull out. One is pray 3 times and then act. That's a saint that said that. Was it St. Maximus? I can't remember which. But that is a kind of epistemic principle. If you're applying everything else, if you've got the faculties and you've developed to this degree and been purified by Christ, it's still important to ask 3 times to make sure you didn't make a mistake. Your mistake in discerning that the serene peace is there, that the spiritual touch is there, with the joy, right? You need to make sure, along with the epistemic principle, which is constructive fruitfulness. Does it build health? Is it comparable to the health of the saints, right? And other healthy people? Does it align with the tradition? Does it align with is it cohesive? Means, is it logically consistent with the categorical exigencies of thought, or the exigencies of categorical thought? Again, this is logic. Is it cohesive? A cohesive, that's the criterion of idealistic truth in that. And we do that, though, we're not justifying it with the ideas of the world. Is it cohesive with what comes from revelation and mystic experience, which all true theology comes from, right? So, and the spiritual fathers of the past and present, that's what that is. So, and then correspondence, it's a synthesis, and consilience, it's a consilience of the different senses that become active, the different depth faculties, you could say, that help give you a greater certainty. And again, it's all these things together, because any one thing can fail on its own. One spiritual father can fail, right? One this, one that can fail. Even the Lord's. Here's one epistemic, a principle of truth, that helps us find truth, which is constructive fruitfulness. Bad tree doesn't bear good fruits, right? That's one way. But on its own, it can fail. That's why you need a larger epistemic principle. How does it fail? Well, in an isolated case, something can look like a good, but it's actually a bad tree. It can masquerade as a good. For instance, psychedelic drugs, that masquerades as a good because it might help with some PSD, right? But then it cuts you off from true spiritual experience. You come back with some pseudo knowledge, and then you don't pursue the truth any further and find the Lord as a fact of experience. Bad tree bearing a false good fruit, you see, on its own it's not enough. So many little things, revelation. And you can see why we do there's more than one thing, because just like our five senses collaborate together to generate a certainty, so too do these depth aspects and our criterions collaborate together to give us a certainty. Because there also is intrinsic value. There's an intrinsic certainty that St. Teresa of Avila talked about, where this certainty is greater than any logical certainty, any authority, worldly authority, that can be sent directly to you by the Lord as intellectual vision, where you just know. You don't see him, you just know that he's there as a, you don't need to, it's intrinsic. Again, but that is connected with all the other epistemic principles, the other senses. But I'm just saying that these things all collaborate together to help you discern the spirit. And because it doesn't remain invisible, of course, you also can see, can feel. Again, the depth experience is that touch I talk about. And so those spiritual senses also contribute to this. Rigorous, careful. At the same time, what I'm talking about is the phenomenology as well. So we get help from philosophy and theology, but the things I talk about, it's for practical purposes. It's not a literature, it's not a theology. I'm not going to be right about everything. And what I do is I don't talk about things that I don't have experience of. So, and I'll say if I do mention something that I don't have experience of. I don't have the exact experience of, well, comparable to what St. Teresa is talking about. Well, yeah, I do, as celestial gravity, as a, yeah, but also seeing things at the same time, not completely invisible. But it wouldn't need to be there. I could know without seeing anything, and it's all, none of it's not a I don't mean seeing as in seeing with the eyes of. Well, actually, no, I do. Yeah, I do have experienced that. Anyway, let's not go into that. It's complicated. I'm just going to have a bit of this caffeine and then we'll start our book finally. Shit, we might not even make it to this monastery today. Jeez. Slowpoke. Let's put this in there. Anyway, the hope is that the depth of what's experienced in ZZZ says the tree of knowledge looks good, but the fruit is death. Yeah, I agree. We rather abide in the true vine. Thanks for the answer. You're welcome. And so let's give our book a read, shall we? Oops, index cards. Tired now. How long have we been going? 2 hours. Okay, we'll do this reading for an hour. Where are we? How long is it going to take to walk over there? Reasonable while. Yeah, I suppose that'll be alright. We'll do our reading here and Yes, we'll do that. Okay. Okay. Here we are. Steiner's guidelines or ruling leading thoughts. We picked up last time. We're on understanding spirit and experiencing destiny. What destiny is, it's the Western word for karma. It's based on what has been, it's based on your sin, where your heredity is leading you, where the past is pushing you to go. Whereas what we want is the raw experience of Christ, who is the future. And that's what providence is. That's a push from He who is the future. His impulses are from the future. He is the future. That's what the eternal is. Everything else is what has been, the push of necessity, the push of heredity. He is an impulse we can do. Well, He's a being, but He sends us revelatory grace and action, also knowings and words and consolations and love and hope, faith. And is trying to lead us to union with Him who is the future, so we can escape this push of destiny and fate. So people say, oh, I want a destiny. I want a destiny. What's my destiny? You don't want that. You want providence. What's my providential purpose? But ultimately, the primary purpose is theosis, but theosis and a name. Theosis comes with a name because Christ is not a fleeing being. He incarnated to save, and His name means you participate in His mission, which is to wash feet, which is to serve divine will, but also to serve and help everyone else, to save. There's a cure here. There's not, the diagnosis of paganism is either it's a recurrence, the illness is a recurring of health to death, then back to health, or health to sickness to health, or it's just the natural course of things, or we're sick and there's no cure and the only cure is to escape, which is Buddhism. And that's the same for yogiism too. We're trying to flee an illusion, right? No. We're sick and there's a cure, salvation. And so, okay, let's try to get a bit more comfortable here. There we are. What battery is that on? Okay, good. It's staying charged. Thank the Lord for that. I hope the view's okay, friends. It's not, I mean, I don't know, I could turn it around so you can see the shore. Yeah. What does it look like this way? Maybe. Okay, it doesn't go any further than that. I'd have to turn the whole thing around. How's that look? You don't want to watch that. There's nothing to see there, really. You can see a bit through the trees. If it was zoomed in, it might look a bit nicer, but no, let's just go here. We're good where we were. Nice little view. Lovely. Okay. On understanding spirit and experiencing destiny. As usual, friends, these are Steiner's views. there's a lot of great insight. He was a great man, and he had errors too. So I'll try not to make too many digressions talking about his errors, but I may, as it comes to me, as the impulse comes to me, I may. Okay, to the communications and considerations which are imparted to the member. He's talking about the membership again. Whenever he says anthroposophical or anthroposophy, I'm just going to say depth knowing or knowledge from spiritual knowledge. So understanding of depth knowing or spiritual knowledge can be enhanced when the human soul is continually reminded. And what does that mean? It means the things we talk about in theology, they're justified by the transcendent. They come from the essence of things, from the ground of the psyche. They don't come from the surface senses like science, but they are logically consistent. They do have a rigorous epistemic principle, but the ultimate certainty, higher than deduction, induction, higher than the idols of the correspondence theory of truth, and even the idealist cohesive theory of truth. Higher than that is the mystic, the truth himself sends. And we know from what he shows us in that, and what comes to be from what he says. And so that's higher than any external authority. And so what these things fundamentally make sense, though. The Lord makes sense in a higher way than our worldly knowledge, though, once we can get out of our limited understanding. And so that's where they're really justified from, the depths. All the, like Spengler or science, they're taking it from the surface senses. There are higher faculties, higher connections to the essence of objects. We just see the appearances of objects. The appearance, right? There is an essence of things, and we can experience the thing itself, which is not a thing. It's actually the logos, a person. Anyway, so when a person directs his attention to the world in which he is born and dies, he is initially surrounded by a plenitude of sense impressions. He thinks about these sense impressions. When he is conscious of the following, open quote, I have thoughts about what my senses reveal to me about the world. He is ready then for self-knowledge. He can say to himself, I live in my thoughts. The world gives me the opportunity to experience myself in thought. I find myself in my thoughts when I contemplate the world. Continuing in this contemplation, the world, he removes the world from consciousness. And the I, the letter I, the I, enters into it. He ceases to think of the world, the surface senses. He begins to experience the self. When, conversely, he brings his attention to his inner life, in which the world is mirrored, the events of his life related to destiny emerge, in which the human self participates. From the point in time he can remember. So it's not only just mirrorings of objects of the world or the appearances, also his destiny from the point in time he can remember. He experiences his own being in the sequence of this destiny experience, this fate experiences, and he experiences his own being in the sequence of this. It might become clear as we read, to the extent one is conscious of this, open quote, I have lived a destiny with myself. He can introduce contemplation of the world. He can say to himself, I was not alone in my destiny. The world intervened in my experience. I wanted this or that. The world flowed into my will. I find the world in my will, in that I experience this will in self-contemplation. So, okay, the word destiny, it's really hard to know what destiny as a word means. Like I was sort of hinting at before, what does he say here? I have lived a destiny with myself. I have lived out a beginning and an end with myself. A road to a destination has come. I've lived through and in myself. So we can understand what he means in that sense there. And that's true. We do, when we begin to say that. And okay, so thus living into his self, this living into his self in that contemplation and thinking. And what Stunner trying to do here is this is near the end of his life, he's trying to bring people to begin to look inward. I mean, you could just begin the practices, right? Like I'm talking about from the depth Christian perspective, the true Christian perspective, the depth aspect of the depth aspect of the church, though, is the only one, you know. But even that's what he was doing. He just he made some errors in separating himself from that. But in terms of having a society, in many ways, it's what happened in the time that he was in. He came under attack from rigid structures within the hierarchy, church hierarchy. Anyway, thus living into his self, this self departs from consciousness, and the world enters. He ceases to experience the self. Oh, sorry, I didn't finish the thought there. He's trying to impel people from his understanding and experience of the depth aspect of life under the surface senses, so they can, it's all about bringing them to try to do the life yourself, not live in literature, not live in empty, not only going to the rituals, not that's part of it. You do, having the inner life and inner experience of Christ, not only going through the motions. It's both. We have to have the inner life. That's the whole point of all this. And so he's trying to impelled himself by the Spirit and the depths. And that's what we all need to do. Everything I'm talking about today, when I talk about depth Christianity, which is just the depth aspect of the church, when I talk about purification, illumination, union, all I'm doing by recommending doing these depth practices and to bring this thing into life, bring this inner relationship with Christ to life, collaboratively with him, it's nothing more than what the gospel calls us to do. At its simplest level, it is just prayer. It's prayer. If it can inspire one people, if it can inspire one person to pray and to withdraw and do the concentration without effort, then that's enough, Not to go and become a apologetics person who's just learning the propositions and then debating it online. Not to get people to join the church to become an apologetics debater who enter wholeheartedly in, but then get lured in too much the will to power and combative energies. It's not to say some of that's not needed. But we want the waters, the crystal waters of the eternal, as talked about in Apocalypse, the sea of glass, the serene peace with joy, nothing less than first finding the peace of the heart, which only He can give us though. And that comes from concentration without effort, poverty, obedience, chastity, which is nothing more than hesychism, actually, as well. Poverty is hesychism, right? It's concentration is hesychism. Anyway, I digress, as usual. You should be used to it by now. I extend, he ceases to experience the self, he begins, because think about it, even in all this inner contemplation, this being that we are, whose being itself is a question for him, it's sort of abstracted, right? And so through that, we kind of, in a sense, dissolve a bit of the thinking and then rejoin the world. So he begins to be aware of the world with his feelings. I extend thinking out into the world. I find myself there. I submerge in myself. I find the world there. When one senses this strongly enough, he stands within. When one senses this strongly enough, this, I extend thinking out into the world. I find myself there. I submerge into myself. I find the world there. Thinking into the world, finding myself there. And that's, you've got to get this. This is so true, right? There's a bit of Heidegger close in this too, is that Heidegger is saying that we have world. We are world. The world is co-relational. The object is informed by the subject informed by the object. The world, when you look out onto your senses, the appearances are given form by you. It's not totally object, it's not totally subject, right? So when you look out and examine the world, don't think that, oh, it's just this apparition, in this illusion in my brain, like modern science teaches us. No. You're reaching out and touching that, right? And your cognition reaches out and touches it is, in a sense, you. What you're looking at is you as well. It's co-relational. We've got to get out of this mode of that's the object, I'm in here, isolated. And so he's saying just that very beginning of thinking that, think about it, thus living into his, I extend thinking out into the world. I'm looking, and that's my cognition, my thinking touches the world. I find myself there. I'm there. I am this here, yonder being. This from here, the closest of the closest to the yonder, I am that being as well. Do this contemplation, think about this. I am this open space, this knowing space, this world that I look at, these buildings I look at, this church that you can see in this camera. I am that openness space. Even looking into the technology, in a sense, your being that you are is extended out towards the church where I am right now. You are, in a sense, in a small way, and as we are in a small way, along with the hierarchies and the giving form to how the world presences. So that's what is being said there. I extend my thinking into the world. I find myself there. I submerge into myself, into the thoughts. I meditate or whatever I might do. I contemplate things inwardly. But hang on, I find the world there. You see, we're getting this correlational thing. When one senses this strongly enough, he stands within the riddles of world and human existence. Then to feel, open quote, I struggle to grasp the world by thinking, but it is merely me trapped in this thinking. Which I think I might have read some of this last week. I did actually. But I think we've understood it in a deeper way. I can see the dog-eared page. Whoops. We can continue a little bit though, and then we'll jump forward back to where we were. I struggle to grasp the world by thinking, but it is merely me trapped in this thinking. And that's true, right? This is this idea superstructure. In this, such beautiful birds, the old magpies, in their song. To feel in his self that he has been formed by, Then to feel, I struggle to grasp the world by thinking, but it is merely me trapped in this thinking. That reveals the first world riddle. Is that I have, how devoid am I from it? How arbitrary am I from it? But it also is an appearance on its own. And there is no on its own. These are correlational things, right? There is no world on its own. We think there's a thing, even the way we're coded in our language is the way our language is coded, it's implicit in it that there's this object out here that's clean of us, that's just a thing in itself, that's just true. That's wrong. So too, this riddle that I'm trapped in my thinking, so too is the object. The object itself is an appearance. It's not the essence of things. The truth of the object isn't revealed by just getting closer to the object, scientific method. No, it's always an appearance, right? Its truth, you might get somewhat closer to it, but its true essence and the truth of the world is only revealed through mystic, getting beneath the surface senses, right? Which science is not familiar with because it's a generalization of all the surface level. It's a inference from a generalizable principle. Whereas think about Christ's incarnation. That's one event. You can't generalize that. It happened once. Anyway. So, we're just going to jump ahead after that. By experiencing this riddle of world and man, a state of mind germinates in which one can encounter depth knowing in such a way that he or she receives an impression within that awakens his interest. Thinking in this mode, but you have to look at the world, friends. I mean, you should already be doing your prayers anyway, right? You should already have the interest to begin these concentration without effort practices from what I already say. But you could do these initial contemplative thoughts with that in mind. Looking at the world, hang on, actually, I affect this. I am in world is in me. When I look into the self is the world, and when I look out into, but you have to look at the world, you have to examine. You have to actually do the action of examining this. This is sort of a bit of philosophical practice, I suppose you could say. It's like a preparation for the actual depth, spiritual practice, Christian spiritual practices. But it can give you the interest. He's trying to impel people with the interest necessary, not to just learn this stuff as. You can't learn this stuff like a literature. Its only use is the practical. The phenomenology's only use is to go towards Christ, which is the greatest thing that you can experience in human life, to be united with him. My God, I've said that. My God, it's true. My God, it's beyond just what, of course, the depth aspect of the church always has known this. Of course, the people, the monastics, have always known that. They know this, right? But it's so much deeper than what you might glance at from the sort of, think about the monastery as the esoteric aspect of the church, the exoteric being the front-facing aspect. It's so much, my God, it's true, that all the bullshit of modernity, even just the thing you see on the surface of the church, the monastery is true, the depth experience is true, the mystic union that's promised in the tradition, the Lord keeps all his promises. If we can just withdraw and do the practices, can you not watch with me for an hour every day? If we can just do that. 2 years, you know, you'll start experiencing things through moral purification at the same time, but it doesn't take that long. 6 months, you know, until you will be experiencing things where you'll recognize, what's the tradition says, what Scott's saying, it's true. And of course, all the sages and saints have already said this. I'm not saying anything original here. But the critical modern mind that we're born into sends demonic doubts. It's the demons try to stop you from doing this, right? And so you don't believe. You go, I don't trust this. Then, if you really consider it, though, all the sages and saints have always said this. But of course, there are other quote-unquote scholars and sages of modernity, of the scientific method and whatnot. We don't deny the facts of science, by the way, either. But people puff themselves up on that worldly knowing to the degree that that critical mode, and we're very discerning, we're very rigorous as well, right? That's the idea, to be as rigorous as possible. But that critical mode, that generalized, technical, even cynical mode, people become obedient to that because that's what we're born into in modernity. And so it's understandable that people do, and I did too. I was so lacking, and because faith isn't sent to us yet, it's faith, like I've said, is the divine breath. It's something that's granted to you as a like a substance, a divine energy. Could you call it uncreated energy? I don't know. I won't go into the theological detail. But anyway, let's continue on here. So that's what he's trying to do, awaken that, get people to do it. Because he even says in this book, I think, that people are too preoccupied with learning his crystallization in the books and lectures he's giving and not doing the development and practice. That might be, I think, actually, because one of the errors that Steiner did, and it's difficult, right? He does know that it can't be done. It's only Christ that can bring us up into the spirit. But the way he languages what he's talking about, it's too much that you do it by this procedure and your own will, rather than every action becomes moral and collaborative effort and grace, right? But he does know, he's stated it before, and that's how it happened for him, but he was a product of his time in that sense. So the way a lot of it too is that he realizes, and he's trying to communicate to people in the language they understand. At the time, it was in that technical, I do this practice and this comes about. And so partly that's why all these people that are anthroposophists now are having no luck in terms of the same experience that he went through. They're all doing the same thing. They're just stumbling around in the dark and trying to absorb as many of his angelology and his system, I suppose you could call it, elegant, which he says is a good continuation of what in the redemption of thinking, which we read in these streams earlier, what Aquinas did, a continuation of the same mode, but treating it like a literature, and then not living the life, not doing the practices, just absorbing the propositions. Even Jung had his followers had this problem. And that's the problem of not going to the master and not mentioning the master enough, not mentioning Christ enough, of course, it has to be the passive active and the non-technical mode. But this is why the people that are involved with anthroposophy now they're back in Eastern pollutants, they're back in the technicals, what they have trouble with. Or they might specialize in one area, which happens with Eastern practices anyway. They do have effects, but they're not. I've talked about that many times. Let's try to. They have effects, but they don't. They're specializations that crumble like towers of Babel eventually. and they act like the principles of technology. They're the way things are in the mode of the old Adam, specializations of the old Adam. Not general growth, but spiritual constructions that crumble eventually. So anyway, and that sucks. It's difficult. Depth knowing, let's say, links the psychic gaze, or the psychological gaze, the depth gaze, to psychological is kind of the middle, really, to the beings of the spiritual realms, to which man is related above just as much as he is to the natural realms below. True self-knowledge can be the guide to these spiritual realms. And when such self-knowledge is striven for in the right way, one will find understanding for what depth knowing imparts as knowledge derived from insight into the life of the spiritual world, the essence, which is the getting towards the essence of things. Right? One must only practice self-knowledge in the right way and not by merely concentrating on the inner self. By means of such real self-knowledge, at first one encounters what is alive in remembrance. In thought pictures, he recalls to consciousness the shadows of what he directly experienced in the past. Upon seeing a shadow, one is directed by an inner urge of thinking to the object which cast the shadow. Upon seeing a shadow, these recalled shadows, one is directed by an inner urge, impulse of thinking to the object which cast the shadow. Directed to, by impulse to, the thing that cast the shadow of the memory, thought picture. Okay. Heidegger speaks about that in his rewording of a phenomenology of memory, that memory, memory actually is a being towards the original. There's a correlational connection to the shadowy thought picture and the thing. It's not just this completely separated thought picture. Whoever, and that's in Heidegger's Being and Time. Heidegger's a very difficult philosopher, by the way. Very good, but very hard to get in. Once you get in, then recommend it. But I can't actually recommend him in the sense that you've got to be willing to give it a good 6 months learning Being and Time, 3 to 6 months. And then it's worth it because you'll have the knowing of the language to be able to, and also reading Dugin's book on Heidegger and struggling with that, and then you'll know enough to be able to just pick out various books. Well, even so, it's still difficult, but Dugin's book would help a lot. But yeah, it's something that one of the fellowship also said he tried one of his books and just said, I think I'm going to give that a miss for a while and just stick with Tomberg. Anyway. Bram, our friend Bram, if you're watching, I hope everything's going well there in Spain. He's nearing the end of his pilgrimage from the Netherlands to the Casta del something. I don't know what the Spanish, there's a very old pilgrimage that goes to Spain. I can't remember what it's called. The Casta del Cathedral or something like that. La Casa. That means castle, right? I don't know. Villa de Casta. But if he reflects on his European words, I don't know. Anyway. This bloody colonial murdering our culture. Sorry, back to it. Remembrance. So shadow connected to object. Remember, whoever has a remembrance of something cannot arrive so directly in his mind at the experience which persists in the remembrance. But if he really reflects on his own being, he will have to say, it is himself in his soul who created the experience which cast its shadow and made him what he is. So he's saying that, well, he has a metaphysics of perception and it's a way of overcoming that the object of knowledge doesn't have any it doesn't have any contact with the object. Steiner does that. And so he's saying here that the remembrance of something cannot arrive so directly in his mind at the experience which persists in the remembrance. But if he really reflects on his own being, he will have to say it is himself in his soul who created the experience which cast its shadow and made him what he is. So the memory being the shadow, he's saying that the self creates the experience. Again, this is connected to his metaphysics, right? So which you could say, it's kind of, he fixes the Kantian problem, like this, the representation is the shadow, this memory, but there was a creation. He's collaborating in the creation of the experience. That's what we talk about, right? The remembrance shadows arise in consciousness. They are illuminated in the soul. Dead shadows live in remembrance. Living being resides in the soul in which remembrance continues to act. Dead shadows live in remembrance. Dead shadows live in remembrance. In the act of remembrance, living being resides in the soul in which remembrance continues to act. What does this mean? It means that what has been and the past, there is a living being from this original thing, this experience you had, the same force that participated in its creation of the appearance of your sensory experience of the world continues to live in the memory of it, even though it's a shadow until it's brought to presence again. The living being resides in the soul in which remembrance continues to act. So this is connected again to what we're saying. This is co-relational thing going on with we affect the world affects us, we contribute. And the quantum mechanics speaks to this, right? The scientific results actually show that the observer has effect on the object without any physical interaction. There's something else going on. The observation is affecting it. And so, but more than that, the world has a memory. The memory gives form to the world. All the events in their past live forever. And so Steiner is getting you to understand that too. But we're so abstracted, we're so deep in this mode, this Kantian mode, which says, no, that is the object, you are the subject, the knowledge has no... Here's what they say, right? The Kantian says, and this is deep in our subject-object mode, he says that you are... the world is a steel stamp. The stamp says world on it. The world is a stamp, and a stamp says world. That stamp, that stamps into your wax, that's the object, right? It stamps into your wax. Your wax is the imprint of the stamp, but it contains nothing of the stamp itself. That's the Kantian problem that the epistemic, Kant is all about certainty, that we can have no certainty of what we see because there's nothing of the object in the subject. But if the stamp has world, think about just this as a metaphor. If that stamp that stamps into the wax that is us, right? Think about your representations of your memories of your experience, right? If that stamp stamps into us, this is where the metaphor falls down. It stamps world, the word world, didn't it? The stamp stamped the word world into the wax. Something, world, has been given, even if it's not the steel of the stamp. Something's being given. What is that? Something, that word world that's in the stamp that went to the wax. Well, this is where Steiner would say, because of our sensory obsession of the surface, that we're not noticing, well, something that comes along with it, that world, actually that's the essence of what the steel of the stamp is. So we get some of the essence of that object of stamp in the wax, which is this word that's given to us, which is world. So there's nothing of the steel, but the steel in the stamp is just the surface phenomena. But some of the essence, which is metaphorically speaking, analogously speaking, the imprint of the word world, is its essence that is actually granted. And that's where it falls down. So something is. So even though you don't see the steel's not in the wax, but there's this essential something else that is, that comes along beneath, or that can come along beneath. And that's true, that we can get to the depths of things, and Christ actually is down there at the essence of the object and the subject. And again, think about it. The results of quantum mechanics speak to the fact that there's something else going on in the observation. It's not just this representation. It's not this disconnected wax and a stamp. That's something else, where the metaphor of the completely disconnected object from the subject, and a lack of true, you can't be certain about anything. Well, it's more specific than that, the Kantian problem, but I'm not going to go into it today. I can't recall it to mind. Okay, continuing. Okay, we were speaking of the living being. That's what we're talking about. The living being resides in the soul, in which remembrance continues to act. There's this living being that continues to live with the experiences, and that being participated in the co-created phenomena when you first experienced what the memory shadow refers to. One must only be clear about the relationship of remembrance to true soul life. And in this striving for clarity and self-knowledge, one will feel that he is on the path to the spiritual world. Through remembrance, one is looking at the spiritual aspect of his own soul. Remember, what has been still lives. It's not just a memory. There's a memory to all of world. All the events are remembered. It's all noted down in the book of judgment. It's all noted down. And then, of course, there's another one. There's a book of life, which is now the Lord has come. So karma, destiny, it's all recorded. There's a memory to everything. There's an unconscious to the world. There's an unconscious to you. It's a whirlpool that reaches out beyond you. Anyway, one looks at something. Hang on, wait, where are we? Whoops. Through remembrance, one is looking at the spiritual aspect of his own soul. For normal consciousness, this visualization does not truly grasp the object. Through remembrance, one is looking at the spiritual aspect of his own soul. For normal consciousness, our normal knowing, this visualization, again, this is just what we're used to in modernity, right? Your normal remembering does not truly grasp the object that that comes along with the memory that actually is remembered and it's brought. Remember, remembering is just reorganing. To remember something is to reorgan it. Like the Lord reorgans us to him. Remember, as in a member. An organ is a member, right? A member. To remember is not merely some biological process. It's a spiritual process. There are deeper levels of memory. The divine remembering is not done by you. It's done by the Lord. He remembers you, grants you wings, and you can, because of him remembering you, then you can actually remember him. You might think it's a faculty, it's a collaborative faculty, I suppose you could call it, right? It's always with his permission, but you can then do things. And the depth aspect of reality awakens for you. What Steiner will call faculties, right? And so our normal consciousness is just like a vague recalling. But the truth is that's just the surface of what the memory can actually be deeper. And you can get there through practices. But again, it's always collaborative. It's always, and before anyone does any memory practices, I suppose one should, get to a point where you can discern and then ask the Lord, I suppose, whether you should do that. But anyway, that's aside the point. And so through remembrance, one is looking, yeah, that's right, I read that. One looks at something but does not encounter reality. Visualization does not truly grasp the thing thrown here, the object, the thing that was originally sent and thrown here. By means of imaginative cognition, depth knowing points to this reality. By means of imaginative cognition. It guides us from shadow to illumination. It does this when speaking of man's vital unconscious, vital body. It shows how the physical body acts in the thought, shadow, images. Again, when you're recalling memory that's connected with parts of your being, your unconscious, that become more available through the Christian practices, through concentration without effort in prayer. You wake up and go to sleep at the same time, as I've said before. You forget certain things and are remembered and remember certain aspects of deeper levels of your being, closer to the ground of the psyche where you're actually connected to him, which we are completely cut off from as modern beings. And so the first thing you encounter is the imaginative cognition, and that has to be dissolved to begin with, right? You're going to encounter, like we talked about earlier, we were just talking about this when we were saying you encounter the ideas and the forms and such when you're doing your concentration and with your eyes closed and your prayers, and those have to be because they're analogous to a coin or currency converted into reality, because they're tied up with falsities. This is your imagistic unconscious. That imagination will approach you as the first thing you go through, I suppose, in purification. And so that's dissolved until you reach what you could call the 0 point. This is silence, right? This is poverty. A poverty of the a poverty of the a poverty of imagination, a poverty of thought, a poverty of ideals, moral imagination or moral ideal, thought structures, experiences of the world need to be transvaluated. And the Lord does that. The Lord does that through, well, we talk about that. Anyway, it shows how the physical body acts in the thought shadow images, but how the vital body lives in illumination. With his physical body, man is in the sense world. His vital body, he is in the vital world. So you're connected to these deeper layers of your being, your unconscious. He has an environment in the physical world. He also has one in the vital world. Depth knowing refers to this environment, what he calls anthroposophy, right? Which is knowledge of the spirit. That's all it means. Refers to this environment as the first hidden world in which man finds himself. It is the realm of the third hierarchy, he's saying, the vital body, vital unconscious. The third hierarchy is the angel, the angeloi, the archangel, and the archai. We approach language in the same way we approached remembrance. It arises from within man, as does remembrance, though through it, man connects to a being as he does in respect to his own experiences in remembrance. Through language, man connects to a being as he does in respect to, well, that's a human logos, a collective logos. Again, not the Lord, because he's far more essential, right? But our language, as Dugan talks about this, right? Steiner's talking about this. It is on this side, you have to say that there is a folk angel that's connected with our English language. The one that we know on the technical side, on the surface side, where we deal with language, we're experiencing a fallen angeloi, because of what civilization is, but because what collective modern man on the surface is. It is it's a crystallization. You have to call it what it is. It's a folk hyperagent, egregore, or a collective fallen angel, because it's crystallized technology. I'm not talking about it negatively in that way. It's like, or just call it a luciferic being because it's humanistic, but because it's the surface, right? Every civilization has a kind of technical aspect and an essential aspect. So when I'm trying, it is a kind of negativity, but I'm trying to remove a bit the stigma. Well, I don't want to. Every civilization has a eternal archangel that is the essence of things. You don't have contact with it, but it's the essence of what your original language is. it influences us, but as impulses that are eventually crystallized into language. It is the English-speaking folk archangel. You don't really have access to it, but it under that archangel are individual angels that every individual has in that folk group. Now, the one we interact with is the demonic. So every civilization, every folk group has that civilizational, economic, technical one, and then there's an essential one, which is part of the Lord's hierarchies that guide peoples, right? People aren't listening to that guidance anymore from that archangeloi. But you'll deal with that when you have to confront conscience, because that's tied up with your transgressions against people, wider groups. Archangelois represent groups. And so, do you see what I'm saying? That every language, every civilization, I'm not demonizing, but it is every civilization has an egregoric or a demonic aspect that pushes its own technical agenda. It's the surface layer of politics, people, and actually the fallen angel that it is, the fallen hyper entity that the collective civilization is, has a language, human word. That's what he's saying when he's talking about this other being. And we share this collectively. Anyway, you could say existentially connected to Heidegger's Das Man, but for a particular, that's an existential, which means it's for everyone. Everyone's got Das Man, this customary being, this that everyone shares, and language. Okay. We approach language in the same way we approach remembrance. It arises from within man, as does remembrance. Thought, through it, man connects to a being, through it, connects to a being as he does in respect to his own experiences in remembrance. A shadow nature is also present in words. Isn't that what we were just saying, right? So, a shadow nature is also present in words. It is stronger than the shadow nature of remembrance. When a person casts the shadow from his experiences in remembrance, casts the shadow, his hidden self is active in the whole process. When a person casts the shadow, okay, so there's an experience and you're casting the shadow. When's that? A shadow, when a person casts the shadow from his experience in remembrance, casts shadow, throw shadow. A person casts the shadow from, his hidden self is active in the whole process. Okay. He is present as illumination casts the shadow. Okay. There is also a shadow casting in language. Shadow casting. Well, basically he's saying there's two aspects in remembrance. There's a living essential and a dead crystallized element. And the act of remembrance casts a shadow at the same time. And this kind of speaks to the satanic, and we are satanic beings at the same time as we are essentially connected to Christ, right? We operate in that world. We also technicalize, our bodies are connected with these elements as well, right? That's true. But because, we fell. Anyway, he is present. There is also a shadow casting in language. Words are shadows. What illumines here? Something stronger illumines. For words are stronger shadows than remembrances. Interesting. What remembrances can create in the human self during the course of an earth life? Cannot create words. What remembrances create in the human self during the course of an earth life cannot create words. He must learn them in relationship with others. The remembering can't create words. He must, this is Heidegger, and this too, and a bit of Aristotle helps to understand this as well, is that the collective word that we share, you don't come into being and then postulate a word, then use it as an individual. It's a being on its own. It's a customary being on its own, and you're kind of its extension, and it's collectively brought about in dialogue, wording, or what's the word when you take counsel together? It's all words are collective. The collective is the word. The organism that this being here that we are is also word. But remember, that's not the word as in, that's logos, but it's not Christ logos, who is essential beneath that. What remembrances can create in himself? He must learn them in relationship with others. A deeper being in him than the one casting remembrance shadows must participate. This wording as another, you're made up of multiple beings. Here, depth knowing speaks from inspired cognition of the psychological body or the psychological unconscious, as it does of the vital body, vital unconscious, in respect to remembrance. The astral body, the psychological body is thus added to the physical and vital bodies as the human being's third component. Or a better way would be to call that an existential, not a component, because you can't really fully break these things down into parts. That's kind of what Aristotelian analysis is part of the problem, really. But yeah, anyway, component. This third member also has a cosmic environment. Isn't that what I always say, right? Is that it's an unconscious that connects beyond itself, that you extend beyond you. You think you're just this skin being, but beneath the skin, and you're just this thing looking out from the skin being, inside the skin. But no. On deeper levels of being, of both the subject and the object, your being reaches out. And you begin to learn this when you do the depth practices we're talking about, the Christian depth practices. So, mystic practices of the tradition. This third member also has we can go further. In speaking, man participates with part of his being. He puts his inner self in motion. What surrounds his inner self remains in repose in speech itself. What surrounds his inner self remains in repose in speech itself. The motion involved in speaking wrests itself from the human being in repose. The motion involved in speaking wrests itself from the human being in repose. But the whole man goes into motion when he activates his limbs. Okay, the motion involved in speaking wrests itself from the human being in repose. So I'm in repose. Speaking goes beyond me. Speaking has a life of its own, in a sense. But the whole man goes into motion when he activates his limbs. In this movement, he is no less expressive in remembrance and speech. In this movement, he is no less expressive than in remembrance and speech. So his movement in the world is no less expressive. Your action in the world, the activation of the limbs, is no less expressive than the speaking, wording of the logos, and the remembrance of the memory pictures of experience. Remembrance expresses, experience, out. X means out. It out presses. Remembrance out presses out experience. The essence of speech is that it outpresses something. So the repose of me is outpressed. Thus man in movement with his whole being outpresses a something. Depth knowing describes what is thus expressed, outpressed as an additional component of the human being. This depth knowing describes what is thus outpressed as an additional component of the human being. Through intuitive cognition, it speaks of the true self or the I. It also finds its cosmic environment, that of the first hierarchy. What is the repose of me, you as human beings, that is outpressed by language? There's something deeper and essential that goes along in the speaking. The depth knowing, depth practices, the depth aspect of the church, what he's talking about, the spirit, its work is to understand what goes along with what we might see with surface sense. And that's also what is the first hierarchy of an angeloi. The first hierarchy are the spiritual aspect of the unseen element of speech, of remembrance, and of action in the world that all outpress what is deep internal that we don't normally see. And depth knowing is trying to understand this first hierarchy and its spiritual push in the world underneath the surface senses, that these outpressings of wording, of action, and of remembrance, they're pushing something unseen out into the world as expressings. And the depth knowing seeks to and does see. That is the spirit that we don't see. And the spirit that we encounter in language, the angels are languages of different folk, right? Or essentially they are. Otherwise they're sort of like folk. They can be the technical version that they've become, but they're fallen. That's a fallen angel. But I know it sounds strange, but that's what's going on underneath the surface. The surface, though, is the fallen, technical, dark aspect. But there's an essential aspect that's also expressed in the wording I'm using right now. There's an unseen element that's outpressed in this speaking of that being. And you have a guardian angeloi, right? When your angeloi is helping you. We're not just this meat sacks. Though the spirit's involved in the material as well, right? It's all made possible by the spirit. So this idea of the body's evil. No. But anyway, let's go on. What time is it? 4:19. We've been going for 3. When did we start? I think we started at 3, didn't we? 4:19. I think we I better check the chats actually. But give me a moment. Here we are. So, let me just check the chats and we'll head off. We're going to go to the monastery. Okay, well, it looks like everything's no questions. That's fine. Off we go. Let's go. What did we get up to? Oh, we got up to here. Okay. Must make sure we get the right place next time. Okay, well that was really interesting. There's so much alignment between Heidegger, who's an important German philosopher, and Steiner, another important German spiritual thinker, and well, truth, truth, but and Jung, another German. Well, actually, he's Swiss. Anyway. Got to acknowledge the importance of these guys and what they have to say, especially with the times they are in, dark times. World War I, World War II. Being very dedicated people trying to help people find the truth. Well, let's see how far we get. Hopefully we can make it there in time, maybe we'll... Was it 4? 2 hours and an hour and 40 minutes. Should be enough to walk there, I think, at least. We'll get a drink on the way. Okay, is that working again? Should be, let me check. All right. Looking good. Cool. Off we go. Let's put you on my here. Okay, that was good reading. I got a lot out of it. I hope that it was illuminative for you guys too, especially on that point of language. I think I articulated in a manner that would help people know what he's talking about. Like, I mean, when I first listened to this, I didn't know 100% what he was talking about either. There are things that come to you through a reread, a depth read. Of course, with really what you do more and more in this process as Aquinas' prayer, which we read at the start of this book, or was that the last book we read? Aquinas' prayer before he would do any work is that you rely on the Lord and his forces. Before I'm reading the Bible, I pray for his help and the Father's help to understand the depth of what is written, what the apostles mean and the Gospels mean, their depth, knowing, a mystic aspect you could call it. The church has different words than that for the different levels of meaning. And so that's very important. Sacred reading is not the same thing as understanding, but there is a depth. I don't think you, when reading something of what we were just reading then, I'd say that's a deeper level of understanding that experience reveals. But I wouldn't say that you approach it in the same manner as the reading of the heart, sort of looking to uncover the feeling of it. But you certainly should pray before doing a sort of reading for depth understanding, even though it's not the same thing as sacred reading. Although this, it's close to that. But I mean, the truth is, so much understanding, at least has been for me, comes through praying for it. Praying for it. And that's what gnosis is. It's it can, later on, it can be sent as ideas, but earlier in this process, experienced as a general, embodied, deeper understanding of the areas that you're trying to understand and have prayed for, is a deeper understanding and gnosis that develops from your questions that you've been praying for understanding of. Many times, not just once. With your moral development in mind, though, is that granted? Because it's always collaboratively, it comes from Christ. We love him first because the reason it's not just given, because it's a moral thing we must overcome and deal with our sin, what's low in us. It would not be good for us for it to be done another way, but also because of freedom. He doesn't just make, and I've talked about this many times before, but it doesn't want to make us extensions of him. That would be how Satan works, to impress us with some before we've loved him, before we've done the moral work, the prayer work, the concentration work, before we've done that, for these gratis illuminations to be sent. This is what the devil does to impress you. And that, what does that do? It enslaves you through this fireworks show, through power. The Lord loves you. You freely acknowledge him. Then greater things than these shall ye see. You freely acknowledge him and he'll show you. But yeah. So now we're going to walk. Should have a map there. We're going to walk over to the monastery. How's that look? It's probably a good angle. Just want to give you a look at some of the houses as well. Rather than just looking straight forward. It's definitely a nice old suburb, this. Sandstone, plenty of sandstone walls, plenty of nice houses. as usual, this might be a good opportunity as we begin our walk to pray the Jesus prayer. Just, it's such a basic practice, done in the mind. It's because you can do it anytime. And in that we can follow the direction of St. Paul when he calls for us to pray unceasingly. Of course, as we talk about, the praying unceasingly is something that becomes all time, but in the unconscious, right? But we can do it in a maximal way by doing it in the mind, even while we're just walking, even while we're bring our attention though to our breathing in and out. Little by little, that can help us eventually to experience the breath of the real, eternal breath. And also breath in collaboration. Grace. But what we'll do, and what I'm going to do for a little while is, and what we do is you bring your attention to that and allow the automatic breathing. Do this as much as possible throughout the day. Oh, this looks like a nice one. This house here. Just walking along, whatever you're doing, allow the automatic speed of the breath to do what it's doing, not changing that. And you're allowing that speed of the breath to govern the speed of the prayer. So I'm going to do the speaking out loud, but Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. That's just breathing in and out though, but that's if you were to do it not in the mind. But just whatever the speed is of your breath, if your breath was the speed that I just used, then you would do it in that speed. And so just allow the speed of your breath to determine each word in the mind. If it's fast, then it can be fast. If it's slow, it can be slow. You're just letting the rhythm of the automatic breath determine it. And your attention is concentrated there without any effort though. You've gently brought your attention there. Should become as natural as breathing. Habituate it, drop into it whenever you got spare moments in the day. Let it become as natural as just a habit you drop into. And more, that prayer becomes your vital life. And it becomes unceasing in the unconscious. And with moral development, well, that's the granting of wings, friends. Where are we? Ooh. There definitely are a lot of lovely neo-Gothic houses in this area. Let me just check we're going the right way. Yeah, it looks like we're... Actually, if we walk down that way... Oh, we'll go maybe one road up, maybe. See what the main road is like first. It's nice, isn't it? Never been here before, so I'm discovering it as you are. That side street looks kind of nicer than this main road. Here's the town hall. This looks like a nice house. What do these look like? I'll check it out when I get home. Merrimba, that's called. And there's the town hall. And so, oh, it's not a congregational church here, right? How far do we have to go? Let me check this first and then, not that long. And so, what were we talking about? We got up to the symbolism of initiation. We got up to the point where the coin is dissolved. The coin is dissolved. The coin stands for currency, because the coin itself is an abstraction from values. It stands in for commodities and the like. It stands in for things of the real and has to be exchanged. But of course, for currency, well, you've got to pay, don't you, first? You've got to pay. And so part of this chastity we have to achieve when we're talking about poverty, obedience, chastity, is we have to pay. We have to pay through moral purification. So part of it is obedience, but part of it is the dissolving of the unconscious valuation of all the currencies, which is an analog, an analogy for the imagistic unconscious that you have before you start doing these depth practices. Some of your being, though, is true and will remain. And so, say, you're Christian, you've done your regular, prayers, whatnot, of the tradition. Perhaps you haven't looked to the Christian mystics yet, right? You haven't looked to St. Teresa of Avila, St. John of the Cross, and you're doing regular sort of prayers without concentration. Or you're just doing a little bit in the morning or something like that. What you purify is the Lord dissolves the valuation of your being, but what is true remains. So what is good and true is what's left over after for you to receive. So the Lord's both transforming, and through your paying of what you have to do with conscience, your conscience, you have to follow conscience, dealing with your sin. Because he is objective conscience. It's also related to the archangel, like we were talking about before, because it's collective, right? It's related to the group and the sins that have been done in and to the group. And so before you've developed more and more, your conscience, I suppose, is better. Well, look, Jesus is your older brother, but you can think about it like the archangel to begin with as your conscience. And eventually it becomes fully objective, and then it's Christ, your older brother. But you got to remember, there is an issue with some Protestantism. I think you could say, and Steiner actually said this, I think this is true, is that some of them end up actually worshipping their angel as an idol because they don't acknowledge that there is a hierarchy. And you see a symptom of this in the over-considering of Christ only as just the friend. Right? And so they end up, because the angel is more the friend. But of course Christ also is a friend, but he's the King of Kings, God. So you don't just treat him like a friend. He loves you more than anyone will ever love you. But you don't just treat him like a friend. He is also a friend, but again, it's just a symptom we see in that. You might notice, and I've seen videos of people that it's sort of like just regularly conversing without the deep practices and the deep discernment to know that most of the time the thing that might speak to you is or even sending, even if it is an idea that's sent by an Angeloy or your guardian angel or whatnot, with the permission of the Lord, it requires a lot of development to reach even the first stages of union. Like I've said before, purification, illumination, union, it's not a you do purification, that's over, you complete illumination, that's over, then you move up the stages of perfection. It's like you start filling up one cup, then the other cup starts filling up, but the first cup's not fully filled. Then the last cup starts filling up a bit. It's certain, once you've developed to a certain degree, right? So there's, the purification doesn't stop is what I'm talking about. But you experience aspects of union, aspects of resurrection from him earlier than you might recognize. Well, with the breath, that's a big one, the grace in the breath, but anyway, so the sword stands for this cutting away, this purifying of the imagistic unconscious, this valuative unconscious, and the longer that goes on, the more objective you become, and the more the experiences that you encounter become objective, as in active forces that you feel that aren't just visual elements. They're forces, impulses, powers. And I mean like celestial gravity, right? Spiritual touch, as I've talked about before. And you can look at the lecture where I describe some phenomenology of what that is. It's in the epistemic principle lecture I talk about that. And so that's what that sword is and stands for, that purification. And the degree, what's left over is the cup. And so the cup that we become is the calm waters of concentrated, calm consciousness like Mary. Let it be with me according to your word, waiting for the revelation. Waiting for revelatory action, waiting for gnosis as well, waiting for mysticism, waiting for spiritual touch. And so what begins as a purely receptive mode, the more we develop, becomes miraculous. And what's the miraculous? The magic, right? Sacred magic. It's the participatory miraculous, the transformative. And so you're not just receptive, but you're creatively active. Creatively active in the passive active state, following this revelatory action and grace. And you experience that. That's miraculous, man. He begins to enter you, your being. And in that entering, the cup is not merely receptive of spiritual experience, knowings at a distance, or even just receptive of spiritual touch, but collaborating. That's then you become the scepter. That's collaborating with these emanative forces. A becoming, a miraculous transformation of your inner being to collaborate with him in a becoming, but to do things. It's not just a receptive mode, to do things in the world, closer and closer. Which, partly, that's grace, right? Grace is not only the influence of the breath and the passive active state, it's more, like I've talked about, it's say you're walking up a hill, and that's why it is worth doing a daily, it could be a daily gym practice or a same road that you always take doing exercise throughout this process, because you're going to notice changes. You're already going to be experiencing grace every morning in another volition and will in the movement of the breath, but you'll also notice it in hang on, suddenly this day I have this almost impelling force moving me along on this walk. Where is this coming from? And then you might notice, if you just hang on, what happens if I just relax my own will here in this walking? And the walking, you're concentrated on the walking, on the feeling of the movement, and you're weakening your own will into it, weakening, right? It's sort of leaning in to his yoke is easy, right? He keeps his promises. And so it's not at your determination though. It's not at your determination when you're praying for it, you're asking for grace, praying for grace. And when he sees it's right to deliver it, also to teach you as well, right? And so you'll notice over time that occur. I've talked about that before. These things take a long time. The Lord reveals these mysteries when it's the right time. It's for him to reveal, when it's good for you, with your moral development in mind. But yes, this grace is not this sort of abstract or even just a kind of idealized thing. It's not only by act of grace I was able to win the volleyball game by grace. Just because you, after the fact, discovered that you did well. You go, oh, it must have been grace. No. Through the depth practices, your concentration develops to such a degree, and you're noticing, as the saints call it, watchfulness, vigil. What is all that? It's a development of your concentration. Vigil, watchful. You notice this other will, you relax your own willing and notice it continue. Notice it guiding the footsteps, always with your own. It's all voluntary, you can do what you want, right? But that energy, when your energy is not there, you're praying for help, and his is, well, when it's right, provided. And so what we discover more and more in this process, after we've dealt with the sword, purified ourselves, and that continues. I'm still a sinner, guys. We're always sinners. What matters in this process, in poverty, obedience, chastity, is our effort. No one is perfect in these aspects. But the fact that we make progress, that we continue to strive to do even a little bit better than our current best, that's the mode, that's the ideal of becoming. That's all the Lord wants from you. I strive to do better than my current best. That's just, it can be a tiny bit. He'll help you a little bit at a time. Don't be intimidated by these books like Unseen Warfare, which is a really important book, right, by the way, we're part of our reading list. Don't be intimidated by it. You let it just absorb into you. But when you read it, don't. The Lord helps you a tiny little bit at a time. And it's with your moral development in mind, like I said. Also, it's the effort that counts. It's the little becomings. Remember, we're trying to get away from this mode of self-reliance. This, we're doing it all. He's trying to teach us to pray to him for everything. Trying to get us to realize the forces are all granted by him. Interesting. I think this is a retirement village, but it's a Catholic one. There's Mary, the beloved Theotokos, God bearer. Anyway, it's worth a look. And so, something smells nice. I'm hungry. What were we saying? I feel that was an important point we were on. And so, yeah, our moral development in mind. Okay, oh yeah, so the college is to the right up here somewhere, college building. And we'll have a look at that, and then we'll go down to the monastery, finish our stream there. But what were we saying? It was important, here we are. A laneway. Okay, there's a few modern buildings in the way at this angle. We'll go around a bit. And so, what were we saying? Grace as a raw fact of experience, a noticed thing. All these developments have places later. These things that we do, these practices become more complex, but it's also a miraculous know-how. As I've talked about before, is that he sends ideas at the right time. He reminds us of things that the sages have sent to us. And then thank God later we can ask him to confirm certain things that come to us, following, of course, the tradition, what the Philokalia says about being in the Lord's presence and his serene breath, his serene joy. And from that, like I've said many times, we will have the experience where we will have this experience in the depth practices, which is why this hour is so important. This hour is so important because we need to get a sample of what the saints are describing, what it truly feels like. Because it's not like the normal peace. It's deeper than that. Okay, we still can't get in there. I thought we'd be able to get into there. It's deeper than that. And then we can have something to compare it to, little by little. Things will occur in the depth of practice that you won't first recognize what it is. And later, when it occurs again and again, the Lord will remind you and show you in many ways. And then you go, oh, that's what Scott's talking about. That's what St. Therese is talking about. That's what Philokalia is talking about. That's what Valentin Tomberg's talking about. I see. But you get more and more samples of it from. That's why you have to do these hour practices, friends. You can't just drop in and out. I mean, yes, 15 minutes, it all helps. It all helps. Even if you can only do 15 minutes, fine. You got to begin with that. Even if it's 5 minutes, that's a beginning. Even if that's all you do, that's going to help you. But still, we're trying to do what the Master said. Trying to do what the Master said, pray for the time to do it. We have to withdraw. We have to do this. Watch with me for an hour. Not fall asleep, right? We're learning to not fall asleep. And in that, of course, as the Lord transforms us and our faculties get better, as has been said before, the greatest concentration is granted to those of moral purification. A clear conscience grants you that. So, that being said, the morning practice, as I've said many times and will say many times again, is a perfect opportunity for the Lord to allow, well, for the demons to tempt you, right? No salvation without temptation. It's an excellent time to learn how they operate as well, right? Which is why we don't respond to anything. We just continue our prayers and practices, even if it's something of use. Even sometimes, very, very rarely, and be careful with listening to what I'm saying here, there might be, the Lord in the depth of practice might say something, but that is not a time for you to check, even when you do have discernment during the practice. You ignore it, you don't react to it, you think no, and even no, again, if a temptation comes up again, you think no and go back to the Jesus prayer and your attendings where you're supposed to be attending, where you're supposed to be watchful, as the lecture on concentration without effort talks about. Go back to that. And that's even good advice too, by the way. I don't think I've talked about this before. I talk about this as dealing with temptation in general is a good way, where the impulse or the thought comes up, you think no, right? General and neutral, non-reactive, no. Quiet, neutral, thinking, and then just go back to your Jesus prayer. Bring your attention to the stomach and Jesus prayer, right? But, okay, say it's a sexual temptation, say it's a will to power temptation, I don't know, a fear temptation, whatever it might be. They keep sending this impulse to you. A narcissism temptation. You know, we've got to look at ourselves a lot in the mirror. Women have to look at themselves a lot in the mirror. They can have these, you know, temptations from that. It keeps coming up. You just no. Back to the prayer. It comes up again. No. Neutrally though, right? Say it's a sexual drive. Men probably understand this a bit better than women, but women do as well. A sexual thing for something. You get used to almost noticing these impulses, especially sinful ones, before they even articulate themselves. And multiple members of the fellowship have noted this. Multiple members of the fellowship have had the same thing. Also, 3 members who are, and these are the only people, you know, the people that are doing the hour are experiencing spiritual touch, so that's good. And also the impulses in the breath, the 2 of them. And so, what was I saying? That was important. Yes, temptation. A good way is not only just to do it once, because the impulse will come back, right? Impulse to, I don't know, whatever it might be, to, some people have trouble with pornography. Getting over that initial hump, right? That desire to do that, or this. I'm going to choose my words carefully with this because I don't like being gross, because you can incite things with the words you use. The self-indulgence of the reproductive organs, let's call it. That, getting over impulses to that, you know, firstly it's removing access to help to begin with, right? Remove keep the computer in the common area, and this again applies to all sins. But the impulse will try again and again. So, say it's a night, you just do that what I said. So you just go, and first you've got to fundamentally understand that these sins, whether it's will to power, whether it's vainglory, female vainglory, which is a lot of that's tied with their looks and their beauty, and wanting to look good in the eyes of others, whereas men want to look good in their own eyes, tend to, the female and male side, right? Gosh, I don't even think we can get a good look at this college. And so what you do, because the impulse will come up again, you're interrupting it with the no, going back to the Jesus prayer, attending the stomach, and then the impulse will come up again, you know. But also you can keep coming up and just no, 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 back to the prayer. Maybe even just a few no's, then back to the prayer. Why is this good? This is good because it's a more active way of dealing with it. Yes, prayer also. Here we go, here's the college. It's up there, you can see. I think. You should be able to see that. Yeah, you can see it. The rejection is continuous, right? Because the impulse comes again. And then your Jesus prayer is appealing to Jesus immediately. If you're praying the Jesus prayer, you're appealing to him with the fact of asking for his mercy. You're appealing to him. And so they're both active, but one is addressing it with a rejection again and again and again, always neutral, non-reactive, you're not, and this is why that beginning practice in the depths of, yeah, it's nice. Might just do an orbit around it. Hopefully no one stops me, just so I can get a look at it. And no, no, no. We learn this in the depths of our, oh, someone's doing a wedding. That's all right. We learn this in the depths of our practice, right? We learn this, and we do this because you get interrupted by attacks. The devil tries anything to distract you from doing your concentration without effort in prayer. Tries anything. Tries anything. Here's the Master, our beloved Lord Jesus, Christ of Nazareth. Nice college. Sandstone done well. And so, yes, that in the morning, you're attacked by various thoughts that are tried at different times. Different aspects too, as the categories and archetypes that we see in the three temptations of Christ are archetypes of the types of thing the devil tries. He goes through those actually in the morning, which is actually very helpful for later during the day when we're in the encounter with the world that we have to engage in. Is you'll notice the strategies. And that's why the saints in the tradition is so incredibly important. And why Christ is, of course, because the devil's very old. He knows he doesn't try the same thing. It's not always the same thing. Archetypally, yes, it can fit into those three archetypes, and the synthesis of them, which is a fourth one, mastery, coming in your own name rather than Christ's. But think about how clever his strategies are, how he uses toxic empathy to trick Christians, how he tricks Christians with this mode, with the word of mercy when it's actually not. Remember, the Lord does things that are the good, like a father. Remember when you're teaching a young child, when he's overindulging in something, you have to intervene. He also sanctions things like the Crusades, right? So it's not always nicey-nicey. It's not always, some things are good in the long run, especially for a child, right? Some things are good in the long run. Some things are good in the long run, but won't seem it at the time. Anyway, it was nice to see that. Again, another building that was added. Here, Wouldn't have been that expensive, the land back then. Wouldn't have been that expensive. But they're a little archaic. Well, I wouldn't call it archaic, actually. Little treasures buried. Catholic treasures across Sydney. We're going to go now to the monastery, have a look at that too. And Lord, I pray thee, Father, in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, to bless all the students of this college and help them find you as a closer fact of experience. And hey, bless all the people that are watching and help this stream bear fruit for them and help them find you as a closer
Christian.
Exactly, Christian, as a closer fact of experience. And their descendants, bless them, help all those that have passed, that have attended this college, and help them find repose in you. Yeah, it's not something I often do in front of a camera, the prayer thing, but I thought I might do it since we're going past the church. I might have to contemplate that and think about whether I keep doing it or not. Can't remember if I asked about it, but anyway, point is, we did it. It's something I do when I'm on my own, so might as well do it now. And what were we talking about? Yes, that's so helpful, that knowing. And people don't talk about that thinking of no. It really helps. And again, it's this thing I haven't talked about before where you can continuously say it as the sinful impulse tries again. Because it's not always a word, right? It's a push, a mimetic push, a pusher. Oh, it's quite nice from that angle. Let's have a look. A mimetic push. Maybe I should have gone all the way around the building. Ah, well. Apparently it's got a nice chapel. But anyway, let's go to this. I'll have a look at that later. Since I can't get to look at it now, you guys get to see it. It's nice. From the bit that I can see, anyway. I'll look at it later.
Don't have the police that you're doing there.
Oh, it's the architecture, man. Shut up, old man. No, I'm just kidding. Bless him, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. Okay, let's look where we are. Onward we go. Down here somewhere it is. Maybe it's by the river. And so, yeah, that knowing, that not just once, but continuously, a few times, to the impulse as it keeps arising, and then back to the Jesus prayer, always going back to the Jesus prayer, attending the... Because what the devil tries to do, the demons try to do, is they try to draw your attention to... The impulses might come from a certain part of the body, draw your attention there. So it's good to place your attention on the breathing with the Jesus prayer, not just praying on its own, but doing this prayer we're so used to. And of course, there are Unseen Warfare recommends, and I recommend, some things you can't do the opposite to, such as this drive, the reproductive impulse. You can't do, there's no opposite to that. But you start with what I mentioned, the knowing, the Jesus prayer, and then with something like vainglory when you're not doing your morning practice. Because when you're doing your morning practice, just don't react at all to any of the temptations that are said. Just know them, as in think no, and then back to your Jesus prayer and your concentration without effort. Just do that. Don't react at all. You'll be tempted to say something because they'll try things. The demons try vainglory. I'm special, right? Things, all manner of things. You might be, so what I'm about to recommend, never react, right? The Lord knows you haven't reacted, you've just knowed it straight away. You don't need to do it then. He knows you're trying to just go back to what you're doing, towards Him. He knows you've knowed it, going back to your prayers. You don't need to react to it then. So that's what you're trying to do in your morning practice. You're not letting anything distract you while your timer is going for that hour, or less, whatever. Nothing distracts you from this. No thought, no temptation, no impulse, back to the prayer and the concentration. Now, don't do this during your morning practice, right? Because you don't allow, and look at those little birds here, they're attacking that one bird. That's what they do, these thoughts, the demons, they come at you like that. It's a good symbol for it. In fact, that's an old European emblem where there's a bunch of little birds attacking one grand bird, and that's these yapping demons. And so, okay, those are the steps, right? The knowing, the Jesus prayer. Outside of the morning practice, you can add this step, only outside though, is say a vainglory has said, I'm special, because the Lord will say anything, I'm a saint, whatever it might be, this, or, whatever it might be. You can, for the particular relevant, here we go, here's the part of the monastery, I think. The Marist Fathers, Australian province. Anyway, so what you do is you do those first two steps and then you do the opposite if you can. So an opposite to vainglory can be humility. One thing helps is just saying, I'm nothing. I'm nothing, and everything, all good that I do is granted by the Lord, for instance. That's one thing. Or it can be a more particular virtue. Often there's a virtue that's in response to a vice, right? A vice that's trying to tempt you. So the third step is to do the opposite, if it's possible. Because there's no virtue element that you can act actively with, say, eating, right? It's sort of moderation. It's you can only do with some other action. But there are, with certain sins, there are opposite virtues you can enact. One is humility. It could be bowing. You could do I do prostrations in the morning, and that is really such a great practice. You don't overdo it though. I only do 5, but and I contemplated that as a practice to help with humility. And just doing the morning practice itself is a humility. You're lowering the intellect. You're trying to make yourself slowly subservient to Him. So that's one thing, but prostration is just very helpful. The way we deal with this synthesis of the three, especially in the depth world of Christian mysticism, the way we deal with this vainglory that might come up, this coming in your own name, or which is a synthesis of the 3 temptations of Christ, this mastery, thinking you did it on your own, yeah? The only 2 ways of dealing with that are worship, ora et labora, worship and work. And the only thing that can cure you completely of it is a full meeting with Christ or a divine being in total union, essentially. And so here's a chapel, I think, of the monastery. And so this has been here for quite a while. But one thing that can help, again, like I said, if you're tempted with, maybe some thoughts like, I'm doing this, it's all me, whatever it might be. And opposite, you could do prostrations. But even just saying that I'm nothing. But don't ever do that in the morning. In the morning, getting a reaction out of you is what the demon also wants, right? That's why we neutrally know it and go back to our prayers and practices. If you haven't let it land, it's not a problem. you've rejected it. So, but always, pride is a very sticky one, friends, and vainglory. I also practice confession every morning. I confess it to the Lord as well. You know, that's on top of your confessions. Don't waste time. My view is don't waste time. Confess straight away as well. So, both. Beloved Lord, I pray thee. Other Father, I pray thee in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ to bless these fathers and monastics and priests, all their descendants. Help them find you as a closer fact of experience. If that's the kind of thing they're after, I'm not sure what this monastery does, but help them, grant them grace. And all those who have died, help them find repose in you. Bless them. Amen. And yeah, what was I saying? Very peaceful here. And so this place, I believe, is for missionaries to recover from their work in the Pacific Islands, if it still is that. And that's their chapel. I think there is a monastery, or did I already see that? The other building, monastery building. Might be a bit further down. Villa Maria Channel House. I can't go in there, not without permission, it says. Marius Sisters, Australian sector. This is what I'm looking at. Woolbury Hall. That's the gate. Okay. I wonder if there's more we can see down there, maybe. Don't know. Let's keep walking down here a little bit. Villa Maria Monastery. I think it has a backside, maybe we can't see. And so yeah, that's the thing, you do the opposite of it, but only outside the morning practice is that recommended. Not even recommended, yeah, just don't react in the morning practice. You're right there, deep in prayer. You're wanting to go straight back to what you're doing, your concentrations, straight back to, oh wow, they've got beautiful park grounds. I'm almost reluctant to show that, but you can have a little look, I suppose. We're on public land. Beautiful parklands, look behind there. And more buildings. There doesn't seem to be anything back here. That must go down to the river. Let's have a look, see if we can see some of these parklands. Oh look, it looks like we can go a bit further down here. Let's have a look. Wow. Look how peaceful that looks, eh? Wow, looks like they have quite a bit of land out here. Looks beautiful, huh? Looks like there's some artworks back there, or is it all trees? So beautiful. Must come back and maybe ask if they wouldn't mind letting me to have a look at the grounds. Pretty. Well, let's go back up. Yeah, so that's key. Key. Okay. And so, like I was saying, through this process, this becoming of the scepter, what is the scepter? It's a combination of coin, sword, cup. It's all these things together, right? Concentrated point, concentrated like a pillar, receptive like a cup, like Mary. Isn't that what Mary is, right? It's virginal nature. The cup is Mary. Christ is what comes into the cup. What comes into the cup is the crown, right? The scepter, as a symbol, is a combination of a crown and a cup. And so it also stands for the practices of concentration without effort. It's the concentrated on the all and point, on a point, concentrated without effort, like a pillar, relaxed like a pillar, receptive, and purified, virginal, eventually virginal, during the practice anyway, because ultimately, you know, we're gonna sin, we're not perfect. It's the road to that through Christ, and He gives us the grace to do it as well, right? Which we're slowly learning. Not self-reliance, not self-worship, not self-esteem, not self-love, Christ love, Christ esteem, Christ reliance. You see how this is the opposite of what modernity teaches to us? Modernity teaches us self-reliance, be self-reliant. What's behind the self? What grants the self? Christ. It teaches us be self-reliant. My truth. No, not my truth. Christ's truth. Christ's truth. Christ esteem, not self-esteem. All this lingo of 1990s psychology. It's all demonology. I've said that before, demonology. And so the scepter, what's the crown of the scepter? Scepter's an orb. You can see my hands here, an orb with a, it's a cup and half, cut the orb in half, with across the top you've got a crown. What is the crown? The crown's divine will. Divine will. And what is it to be, well, what is Jesus is the union of human and divine will. That is the scepter. He is the sacred miraculous. He is, and that's what happens. We become receptive like the cup, receptive to revelation, or revelatory action, which is grace. And then He meets us. He transforms our being, right? And in this we realize that, well, it's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me, right? But we experience it as a fact of experience. The natural faculties we're born into in modernity, surface senses, without development with Christ, from Christ, We're not actually capable of experiencing him. He's unconscious to us. Of course, he's behind everything. But he's unconscious to us. That's what the tradition is for. Purification, then illumination, then union. Purification stands for the granting of the breath of the real. The breath of the real dissolves the arbitrary false being that we are, leaves what's good in us, dissolves it, grants us faith. This substance, this uncreated energy, you could call it, this substance, that allows us to literally experience the breath of the real. That's not possible, the breath of the eternal, his breath. That's not possible without the tradition. Yes, essentially, we're connected to him. Essentially, he's our, well, Platonic word for it could be prototype. He's our divine being and God, perfect man and God. But, so like I'm saying, we're not capable as the modern beings we are of experiencing him, but we are later through the development of, through the tradition, through the depth aspect of the church, which isn't being presented enough, through mysticism, Christian mysticism, through poverty, obedience, chastity, through bringing the depth of the monastery into the cathedral is what we must do, really. The practices of the monastics, the philokalia. Sages like Valentin Tomberg have helped show the way of this. And through that, through moral development at the same time that you're doing these practices, we are granted a return to our connection to the Lord before the fall. These are the faculties or the connections we had to him before the fall that have been cut off because of our own sin. Because of our own sin. But it's possible, friends, in this low age to walk with God again, to experience the experience as described in the Bible as walking with God. It's possible. We can just get past the demons. We can do it. I think with that, as we walk out onto this field, we visited all the locations I think we wanted to. Might be ending the stream a little bit early, but we started a little bit early. Maybe we should try walk down to that river. I think I'll just check the chat. We'll end it here. All right, everyone. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. I'll see you next week for another IRL stream. It's possible in this low age to walk with God again. As a fact of experience, you don't see it. You don't see him because of where we are, because of the fall, because of freedom. Through the tradition, through the depth aspect of the church, through loving him in advance. Then, like we said, if we were shocked by the experience that St. John of the Cross has without it being pared down, immediately before we'd been purified, that's related to our guilt and our shame. We haven't dissolved that yet. We haven't been properly prepared to receive what he experienced. So through them are we helped up to be able to. We're all called to do this. The gospel calls us to do this. It's more than just going on Sunday. It's more than just basic prayers. Like I said, go to my lecture, Practices of Christian Mysticism. Do this practice for an hour a day, as I talk about. Join the fellowship. As he says, greater things than these shall you see. And that is certainly true. You just have to keep going. And it's nothing more than the saints have been telling you all this time, right? We just have to listen to them. We just have to struggle through it too. You have to have courage and keep going and keep discerning and keep struggling and keep praying for the truth, praying for discernment, praying for the truth at the same time as we do this. As we go down to the depths with courage, so too do we pray for truth, watchful for spiritual deception, praying for protection from that. Careful using the epistemic principle, but also courageous in going to face the depths of the unconscious. Courageous at the same time as careful. All right, friends, dare greatly to believe, and I'll see you next week to the depth practices. God bless you. It's been a blast. ZZZ says, God bless. I see that there. I'll see you next time. Thanks for joining us on this IRL stream. I'm turning off now. And I'll just pan the camera off and then we can say goodbye. God bless you.